Right, so I had an idea, guys. I thought to myself, you know, we're struggling to get to Duna because we're having to build a massive rocket. I thought what we'd do instead was build it in pieces and assemble it in orbit. This is my big plan now. It's my big plan coming out. My big plan is that we send something up, probably a lander, and then dock it to our fuel station, is the plan. And then we send something else up, which is like a transfer rocket, and we dock that to the lander, and then that basically pushes the lander over to Duna, disconnect, the lander goes down, hopefully doesn't die, comes back up, reconnects to the transfer rocket, which then pushes it back to Kerbin, and then docks again with the fuel station. So the transfer rocket will stay in orbit, and then the lander will come back down to Kerbin. Big brain stuff, right? Never gonna work, but I think it'll be fun to try. But here's the snag. I thought for the transfer rocket, we'd use nuclear. We'd go nuclear on this, because nuclear is good for vacuumy stuff, right? But the problem is, and this is where it gets a little bit annoying, is nuclear is hidden behind 650 science, and I have 644. So I need 6 more science to get this. Then I can unlock nuclear, then we can start building our big scheme. So, my intermediate plan is to jump in a plane and try to find somewhere that I can get 6 signs from, which is what I'm about to do. The way I figure it, I don't know on Kerbin how many biomes there are, but I figure we've done water, we did grassland and hill, maybe this is desert? We could possibly try to fly up here and watch for the biome change, maybe? And if we can get something deserty, yeah. Because it doesn't appear to be... Well, there is a polar, but that's a long way away. The other option is to go rocket and get something up there. What do you think? I need 6 science. I don't think that works anymore, will it? Where you go around to the buildings and get cheeky science. I don't think that works in KSP2. It says I've got science here, though, interestingly. But then it says that I haven't. So it's lying to me. So let's give it a whirl. I need 6 science. I literally need to find a biome where I can grab some science. That wasn't part of the plan. So I added a new... I added a piece of fairing just to the plane. Right? I added this little thing here. All this is... instead of it just being the back of a fuel can, I added this lovely little sporty piece, and effectively forgot that it would stage that. That's just what just happened. So if I don't stage it, it won't do it. So I think we need to head roughly northeast. Which is this away. Now what I could do with doing is that one. Atmosphere, water. So we've got to watch for that change to something we've not had before. I could try one of the poles. It's a bit of a longer flight though. That's the only problem with going to the poles. Oh, hang on. There we go. We're roughly heading the right way. There's no point flying over water, is there? Because we're never going to get anything over water. Let's go over here. I don't think I even need to land. We've got an atmospheric thing on board. That isn't that one. Science Junior. Little sniffer. We can run this from the air and we'll have enough signs straight away. It's improved quite a bit, Omega, since I last played it. Send that down a touch. That's fairly stable. Let's speed that up. Hang on, Kerbal Beach. Kerbal Beach? We've not done Kerbal Beach before. Maybe I can land on the beach and get some signs. Let me F5 this. I just saw that say Kerbal Beach. So I'm gonna see if we can get anything. It may count as a new discoverable. I did see it. I didn't make that up, honest. Let's see if, there you go. Kerbal Beach. Right, run an atmosphere survey over Kerbal Beach. Why is it paused? What? Went over water, you stupid game. As if that's over water. It's going to be hard to keep this on the beach, isn't it? I got this, don't worry. 1 minute 20. I'm wondering if is it worth landing and getting a sample as well. You might not get back in though. Can you run an environment survey on the beach? Let's go back in. No signs? Are you serious?
Oh hey Paul and chat. More KSP2 still hype. I hope you got Bill home safely.
We did. We did get Bill home safely. We didn't achieve very much, but we got him home safely. $20 seconds. Mr. Podwood, thank you for 25 months. What's that spreadsheet? Five seconds. Hey, we got some signs. Woohoo! That was easier than I thought. We've got 28 signs to sample though. Out of curiosity, let me just quickly fly northeast. I want to see if there's a different biome up there. What is that a link to? I know it's a spreadsheet, Podway, but what kind of spreadsheet? Is it like a biome spreadsheet? Title is KSP2 Science Tracker. Have a look. Oh my god, look at that. KSP2 Science Tracker. Kerbal, low orbit. Beach. Oh yeah. Kerbal Ice Cappy Rock. Thank you for that. Surface atmospheric. Orbital survey. Progress. Doesn't give you a latitude, longitude. Stargazer, Highlands. Atmosphere. Okay, we're near the yellow stuff. Let's see what this is. It might be classed as beach still as well. So I used to have issues with boosters smacking you in the face when you jettison them. Tested and so on the streamer do it. You rarely spin the inertia, throws the boosters away from your craft. The reason it happened to me was simply because I was turning when I did it. It normally doesn't happen. If you stabilise in a straight line, they detach okay. If you are turning like that and you detach, then yeah, big problems. But yeah, I suppose you could spin. That might help. Well, it gives you an idea, Podway, of what's available. Sure. I think we've already done the highlands and the grasslands. Is that just going to be more grassland or beach or something? A barrow roll? What's a barrow roll? Is that when you're doing gardening and your wheelbarrow falls over? Nah, I don't think this is anything different really. Run that, but I'm fairly sure we've already done it. It was desert, was it? What? We were just on desert? Okay, well, there is some desert around here then. So I haven't done desert, that's for sure. Andrew Spears, thank you for subbing. Welcome. Desert, there we go. This is desert, technically. Well, I would call it more tundra than desert, if I'm honest. KSP1 used to have tundra, and that's definitely tundra. It's not desert, really. You can see the green is like that's a rich green. This is like a dry green. And Dylan. How is this Highlands? Seriously, game. The boundaries are really messed up. Let's drive a Rover. It's a long drive for a Rover. This is slightly tedious, but it is going to work. No, they're not. Video crews, the atmospheric dynamics are just not. They never have been. Yeah, I'm just farming a little bit of science so I can unlock nuclear. No, I think the atmospheric server has to be, you have to be moving to run it, I'm not sure. But we're nearly done. It's not worth landing. I'm going to be flying back in a second. There we go. Boom. We have a bit more science. Nice. Let's get home. We're grabbing some science, unlocking nuclear, and then we're going to go for part assembly in space to get to Duna. That's the plan. I've realised that we can't really build a single rocket to get to Duna and back. We kind of have to get some stuff into orbit and then assemble it and then go over there. But I'll have to refresh myself on docking because I haven't done it in quite a long time. So that'll be fun. It should be across the bay. I could do Jimbo. In case one I docked precisely once manually, then got Mech Jim to do it. That's the problem with it, is it is time consuming. We've got a small fuel station in space. I think I'd like to add some more fuel tanks up there, if I'm honest. What we need to do is build a lifter and get a bigger fuel tank up there. Dock that, that's probably a good starting point. We did put one big tank up there, if you remember. Okay, so why is my gear not coming down? Where's my gear gone? My landing gear has been completely removed. What the heck? Where is my landing gear gone? Like, we don't have any. Okay, first option is to try and land it. That's probably not going to work. Then we might have to transmit it. Genuinely? Where has it gone? Did it fall off? I remember retracting it on takeoff. What the heck? Somebody watch the VOD back and figure out. I definitely had landing gear. I took off with it. Unless it's just not extending. Gear extended. Can't untick that. What the heck? It must have ripped off. I really can't see this working, but we'll see what happens. It's fine. It's fine. No, it's not fine. It was nearly fine. That almost worked. Oh, we got a front wheel. Wait, what? Was that just bugged out? What the heck? I am so confused. Oh well, early access. There we go, that's better. It wasn't Scotty. I literally opened... Have a look back about 2 minutes ago. I opened the panel and it said it was extended. And I couldn't unclick it. It was like locked out but not extended. Active vessel is recoverable. Recover vessel. Cool. Well, let's achieve that. Not losing any bits at all, Lozen, so I'm guessing it's your end. Unless it's Twitch. Right, R&D. Okay, nuclear propulsion. Look at that. Let's go. So that unlocks the Nerve, which is the hydrogen deep space engine. It's quite heavy. 3 tons. And it only does 75 kilonewtons in a vacuum. But look at that ISP. It's pretty good for a rocket pushing things around in space only. Let's put it that way. And then coming with that is a hydrogen fuel tank. Now, we don't have hydrogen fuel on the current fuel station. So that's something to think about. At some point, we need to put hydrogen up there so that that transfer rocket can refuel itself. And then we've got another couple of versions of that. So if we go back to the VAB. No, they don't, Larry. They don't run on the same fuel. They run on hydrogen now. They don't run on methane. So we have methalox, we have methane, monopropellant, and now we have hydrogen. So this would use for our nuclear engine, this would use for our RCS, this would use in a plane, and then this would use for rocketry. So what I've done is I've split out, I took one of our rockets, and where's all my other rockets gone? There they are. I took one of our, I think it was the orbiter or the fuel rocket. Orbiter, MS probe, Kerbal 1. Where's the fuel orbiter? This one. I took the fuel orbiter and I separated out the lifting stage. So we've got this as a lifting stage now on its own that we can just pull in and play with. But first we need to build whatever it is we're going to put up there. So we need a transfer rocket, I think. So let's build a transfer rocket. Problem might be with the transfer rocket, it can't slow down enough unless you aim direct for Juno's atmosphere. It'll be fine. You don't need a high thruster weight in space. You just burn for longer. I think it'd be okay. Anyway, in terms of what controls it, we probably want to have... We're going to need some kind of control pod, I think. Remote guidance unit. What size do we want? It's larger and heavier than the Hex, holding an internal powerful reaction wheel. 0.2 tons. Let's start with that. So if we start with this thing, the top of it will need, let's think. The transfer rocket has to be able to connect via, is that a clampetron? That thing. So you need to have that at the top somewhere. If not here, then maybe there. So it needs to be able to connect in to whatever it's meant to push, and also to connect to the fuel station so it can grab fuel again. So what else would it need on it? We'd need probably wires to have some battery power, possibly some solar panels. You can either take the assumption that whatever you're pushing has got solar panels on it, or you can make sure you have. It's only ever going to stay in space, so it's not affected by atmospheric stuff ripping things off. Probably needs to have RCS on it so that it can maneuver and dock. The Hex 2 has a 300U battery in it. It's not bad, is it? It has a 300U battery. Yeah, it does as well. It's not a bad amount of charge, actually. Maybe we don't need any more batteries. So in terms of fuel tanks, we probably want to have... Let's see. That's a lot of fuel right there. Do we have an adapter that we could use? It's like an adapter cargo bay, maybe. Coupling, don't need that yet. Payloads. We'll need that in a second. We don't need to worry about thermal. Comms might be good as well. We probably should put some kind of... Yeah, we probably should put like a relay antenna on it if there's such a thing. Static. Simply because electric drive 25 per second max. Wow, that would burn through 300 fairly quickly. The only thing I'm thinking is if this transfer rocket pushes something out and then the lander goes down, it can still act as a relay for the lander so you can control it, if you see what I mean. Create maneuver nodes, etc. Do we want science on it? No, we don't need science on this. Utility. We want all that stuff. So I need, effectively, some kind of an adapter. There's nothing in payload. What's that? Cargo bay short. Why is there no cargo bay that basically changes shape? Really don't like that thing. I don't trust it. Structural panels. Oh, the multi-point connector. I remember that. I remember that thing. That was fantastic for putting loads of docking ports on it. Didn't realise we'd unlocked that. Tube. Okay. Cabin crew. 4-seat cabin crew. That's fairing. We'll need that. Do you mean the arch, Carlan? Is that the monument you mean? Something like that, maybe, and then... I didn't see that it starts on 7th of January. I watched the Christmas pottery throwdown last night. Don't know if you've seen that, pups. Now, this thing's going to need to carry quite a bit of fuel. You stick the engine on the bottom of that. Okay, that's a bit awkward. What do you want? One of these, maybe. Medium. .82, 2,741 Delta V. That's what they are, very long engines. My God, they are long. No, Tommy. Actually, I'm probably playing it maybe on Saturday. Maybe. I think. Or was I playing Consim on Saturday? No, I think I'm playing Consim on Saturday. Is hydrogen fuel better in space? It's not so much the fuel, it's the engine. This engine, if you look at the rating, ISP vacuum, you see where it says 900? I can't show you because if I move the mouse it does this. But there, yeah? ISP in a vacuum is 900 seconds. That is triple pretty much any of the other engines. Look, 307 ISP, 340, 320, 305. That's a measure effectively of how efficient they are in a vacuum. So 900 is triple the efficiency. However, look at the thrust. Maximum thrust, 75 kilonewtons. Like, say, compare that to one of them. That does, well, nearly double, but it has a third of the efficiency. So that makes these really good. If they're only in a vacuum in space, they're pretty efficient. The downside is they only take hydrogen because they're a nuclear engine. Robert Martin, thank you for 44 months. Now, do I add more fuel and make it longer, or do we go for a bit wider fuel approach? That's the question. Hydrogen can only be put on with these things, so we could surround it with small tanks. Yeah, I don't have the large nuclear engine, unfortunately. So you could chuck a load of tanks around it and have lots of hydrogen. That would give it 6,000 delta V. But only a 0.5 thrust to weight ratio. And don't forget, that's 0.5 for itself. That's not including whatever it's pushing around. So the trade-off here is, do we want more delta V or a better thrust to weight ratio? This is not going to be part of the it's not going to be part of the fuel station. I'm going to put something else up there that has hydrogen on it, I think. This is just the transfer rocket. Just trying to find my delta V web page. There it is. So let's see. To go to Duna, you would need 950 to break orbit, 130 to get over. That's about 1,000. Then you want 250, then 300. Yeah, you're probably looking at let's say 400 is 700, 800. Probably looking less than 2,000 delta V to get there and 2,000 to get back. So you're only needing about 4,000 delta V. It's going to be hard to land this. We're not landing it, Roy. It's a transfer rocket. Harm, thank you very much, sir. Harm27 dropping 25 subs on the chat. Thank you very much. Welcome, guys, or welcome back. Please give Harm27 a thank you. And a happy Christmas to you, sir. Yeah, just to be clear about the purpose of this rocket here, this is a rocket that will sit in space and push things around. That's all it's going to do. We've just got to get it up there, dock it with the fuel station just so it sits there with it, and then this will detach from the fuel station, connect it to something, it will push it over to wherever it needs to go, and then it will do whatever it needs to do, and then it will push it back or come back on its own. It is literally, it's like a shuttle bus. You connect something to it, push it somewhere, push it back. That's its job. So hence why we're using a nuclear rocket. We don't have any solar panels on it yet. We do have battery built in. It doesn't have any RCS. I'm wondering if 8 tanks is perhaps too many. 5,400 delta V. That's still quite a lot of delta V. With 4 of them, it is 4,600 delta V. That's enough to get to Duna and back, but it wouldn't go... For example, if you wanted to go to Joule... Blimey, Joule needs almost 3,000 just to flip in... set up an orbit. Yikes. Joule is difficult, man. Yeah, to get to Joule, you need 1,000, 1,000, that's 2,000. And then 3,000. That's at least 5,000 just to get an orbit. And then you've got to get back. That's insane. The cost of going to Joule is insane. $6,000 delta V, no RCS, was the center of mass. Interesting. Trying to overclock the ship, could you bring 2 and attach them together in space? It's going to be attaching to something else though, isn't it? Alright, let's go with that. Let's try it and see how we get on. Strictly speaking, it doesn't need any fairing on top here. It's only going to exist in a vacuum. We probably want some lights and things. Do we want solar on that? Let's say it's probably not a bad plan to have solar. Not a bad plan to have an antenna either. Just some kind of relay. JJ Mill, thank you for 95 months. Thanks once again, Hom. RCS is the other thing. Well remembered. Ethalox, monopropellant. I think what we'll do... We can probably get some panels up here, actually. Let's do them first. We'll just get some static panels. Well, they look absolutely terrible. Should we try 6? They're quite small, actually. Whereas they are quite big. Have we got anything in between? I want something in between that and that. There's a static panel. Non-retractable. See, I don't really want that. You've got to keep it away from what's going on up here. Man, these suck, don't they? What about that? That's a lot of solar generation right there. They only weigh 0.01 tons. And they generate... How much do they generate? 0.15 per second. And you've probably got at least 4 of them pointing something useful. The only problem with them is that at least half of your panels are never in use. Which makes them rubbish in that regard. If we put something that extends on this thing that so close to the docking port, it could be a problem in itself. The alternative is to put something down here. But for that, we'd need to make the thing even longer, which I'm very reluctant to do. You can even stick things on the fuel tanks, I suppose. What about... Are the small tanks feeding into the big tank now without connectors? I think they do anyway, don't they, Royant? I think they just automatically do. I don't think you have to fuel line them. I think what happens is in Kerbal, these will drain fuel uniformly amongst all the tanks. There's like a mysterious connection through them all. Unless you put a fuel line on it, in which case they would then empty into whatever. Could put panels on the red and white adapter piece. I could. I've also got to put RCS on here. RCS could, in theory, sit on top of these things. That's probably a lot more RCS than we really need. Lentil Stew, thank you for 78 months. Happy holidays. Don't much like that design. That 0.1 ton, 0.025, 0.6, 0.2. It's twice as much as that one. The alternative is to stick one of them on there and possibly put solar panels on it, but it does reduce delta V in a vacuum 4000. 6,000. It's a heck of a reduction. Our best bet might just be to do something up here. They have 0.04 tons of monopropellant. We need to have enough RCS to do any maneuvering we need to do. I mean, we could squeak things in between the side tanks. Could probably use them, maybe. Interesting how snapping's turned off, but it does that. I really don't like that. I don't like the way it snaps. What about that? That's as good a place as any. So that I use them. Where's the there's a resource manager? No. How do you see how much total fuel you have on board? Echo Beam, thank you for 69 months. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas. You all spent mine working. Gotta afford my Nikon Z6 somehow. No, I'm not putting any thrusters on there yet. I tell you what, it did say that that thing has a reaction motor, so we don't need to worry about reaction motors. .025, and I just put 8 of them on there times 2, so that's probably what, 4 is 0.1 tons, 0.2 tons, double that, 0.4 tons of mono. It's not a lot. I don't know if it's going to be enough for maneuvers. It doesn't feel like a lot of RCS. I'm worried that's not enough. And the only time you find out it's not enough is when you start using it. And by that point, you've had to put it into space, transfer around the place, and then you're like, yeah, that's not enough. You can't easily add more tanks to it. So ideally, I want something a bit like this. But I don't know, like cone shaped or something. $5,600 Delta V. That's 5,600 Delta V for that thing. That doesn't include pushing something else. Once we attach a lander cam to it, that won't be very much Delta V at all. No, we don't need a reaction wheel because this thing has a built-in reaction wheel. The Hex 2 has a reaction wheel. The other thing we could do is add more fuel and add more engines. I think we've just got to build this and try it, right? We've just got to see what it does and then, you know, perhaps adjust it. Let's get some RCS thrusters on there. On propellant. Monopropellant deep space engine, blimey. An extra layer of tanks, yeah. Well, like I say, the problem is that once you connect this to something else, these values will change. Like, for example, we could go and get the lander unit and bring it in and merge it with this and see what it looks like. That will give you an idea of what it's capable of. The other thought that's just occurred to me is we don't need to put the engines here. We can actually attach them to the little tanks. What you could do, so I'm getting. Let me save this because I'm about to get crazy. Squirrel X. Transfer rocket, whatever one. So here's the other crazy idea. Take them off there. Then take... We don't have half sizes of those, do we? What a scumbag. My genius idea was to use these, but have half-sized ones. Oh, it's not going to work now. I was going to have half-sized versions of these, and then put the engines on them instead. But if that was a half-sized tank, the engine would be right up here. So I guess like what you'd be looking at is something akin to that. And then you can get rid of this completely. You could even put that there if you wanted. Bring that down like that. Actually saves a bit of weight, doesn't it? That's 4,600 delta V, and we've saved the adapter weight, which is nice. But that's a 2. You could then come in and make like a 4 version of that. That would have 3,400 delta V and a rather insane thrust to weight ratio. So what you probably want to do is, I don't know, you could have 3 maybe. It's a sweet spot. You can have 3 like that, and then add another 3 without. That gets you 4,700 delta V and quite a high thrust to weight ratio. Yeah, the weight of the engines is insane. Like they're 3 tons each, and 3 of them really kills your delta V. Like 2 is better. 5,400 delta V, 1.13. That's, I mean, that's pretty decent to be fair. That's annoying. $6,000 delta V on a 1.0 thrust to weight ratio is pretty good. That's actually not a terrible design. Is it mass centered? That's the question. It is, interestingly. I'm going to go with that. That's kind of cool. Let's get that adjusted. Okay, and then we just put some RCS back on it. Again, I wish you could make these, but like half the thickness. I wish we had more options. Or I wish you could like put them on and then shrink it down. One is enough. Yeah, but don't forget, that's not including whatever weight it's meant to be pulling or pushing. That's a bit worrying. It's including the RCS in the delta V calculation. Do you see that? So we've got 6,700, 6,100 delta V, but when we put the tank on, that 6,100 goes up to 6,700, even though these engines can't use that fuel. So at that point, I'm kind of being lied to. Parkston, thank you for 82 months. .6 tons. Yeah, so anyway, it's 5,800 delta V. That's what it is. Right, let's get some RCS thrusters going. This is going to be tricky. So I can't put these up there. This is looking quite cool. It probably won't do its job, but it's looking quite cool. Oh man, I like it. I'd love some little decoration on here, but it is just more weight for no reason. You could put, oh, I'll tell you what you could do. You could put lights on it. Put spotlights on it that points slightly out so that it will illuminate whatever it's docking into. Dome light, narrow beam spotlight. I don't really want a narrow beam, but they do weigh a lot less. Look at that, 0.015 tons versus 0.005 tons. But this takes a lot less electricity. Interestingly, how does that work? How does a bigger, heavier light take less electricity? There you go. So its focal point is up here somewhere, so just beyond the thing that you're trying to dock into. I've got to create a lifter for this. We've got to get this thing into orbit. Oh my god. I think we said we need an antenna of some kind, don't we? What else do we need? Got a couple of lights. We should probably have some... Man, they take some power as well. .0000. I'm after something that takes not a lot of electricity. Right, we didn't really solve the solar panel problem, and I think we can get rid of these. We can have some decent solar panels instead. The ones that retract. 3x2 retractable, possibly. Do you think 2 will be enough? I think 2 panels will be enough for it. For what it's doing. You reckon 4? What else do we need? We've got battery on the relay. Communication. We have got room for a larger dish. 0.3 tons though. 36 gigameters. That's not a bad compromise. Static antenna. Deployable antenna or a static antenna. Designed to have a minimal flight profile while retracted. Occasionally tweaking and good swift kick may be required for optimal performance. So if that was to sit down here. That's not a bad place for it, is it? It's out of the way. It's nowhere near the docking port, and you can leave it. And you get a good 36 gigameters out of that. Right, so we've got remote control, battery, solar power. We've got RCS, we've got lots of hydrogen fuel, 2 engines. We've got RCS thrusters in place. Is there anything else that we should put on here? Do you think? Now, it's not going to take off here, but I'll just go to the launch bay and play with it. Obviously, the lights aren't going to work. Unless I load it back in, then they'll work. Right, so you can see the current drain, 299. So the light's on through the night. Let's see how much battery power it takes. We may need extra batteries. What's an up dog? Yeah, look, the batteries are going flat. So 300U is not really enough to keep the lights on through the night. And I've not even got the antenna running. Okay, it's not terrible, but it's not great. So I think we need some more batteries. Okay, staging is just 2 engines and nothing else. On the door. Huh? Okay, engines fire okay. No, it's never going to have enough thrust on Kerbal. It was not designed for that. The thing is, Lowe's, you tend to leave the lights on and then change to something else, and it needs to be able to keep the lights on while that's happening. So where do we stick the batteries? We can either package them round here, package them down here. Doesn't really matter. No, it doesn't have a thrust-to-weight ratio of 1. It has a thrust-to-weight ratio of 0.7 in a vacuum of Kerbal. In the atmosphere, it has 0.2. It's not designed to work in the atmosphere at all. These are weak engines, and they're even worse in atmosphere. Literally testing the engines work. That's 100U on that one, 400 on that, and 200 on that. So, you know, one option is to stick it up here. 0.05 tons. They're not very heavy, these batteries. I think we could probably have a set of them. I like this, I just don't like the look of it, but I shouldn't get hung up on the looks. Anything making it look nicer is just going to take more weight. Right. So let's say that that is our transfer rocket. Okay. Let's say. Now we bring in the lifter. We see what happens when we put one on top of the other. Now, the first problem I'm spotting is that the fairing is not going to work because we're going to need a spacer because the fairing can't wrap around that engine. And also, I don't know how big that fairing actually goes because I don't think I have... Ooh, what's the maximum size of this fairing? We could have another problem here. That's the maximum height. It's going to be close. Without a doubt, that is going to be close. And I need a spacer. I think we should work. But yeah, we'll need something on the bottom here. Something like that. Annoyingly, it means this is going to carry around on this thing unless we also had a separator to get rid of it later. Eklos, thank you for 97 months. What's the Delta V looking like? We're going to need some SRBs to get this off the ground, possibly. It's Kerbal in a vacuum. Actually, it's not too bad. 1.6. Trouble is, that's not enough Delta V. It's going to need a bit more Delta V because it needs to get this thing up and more or less into an orbit, which is about, what, 4,400? 3,400 to get up, and it's almost 1,000 to circularize. So you need 4,400 Delta V, and we have 2,000. We don't want to use any of the Delta V from... Actually, is that including... Is that including that? $2,000, 3,500, 4,000. That's not far off. You always aim for 5k. That's not far off in total. I reckon a couple of solid rocket boosters tacked on the side and it might just get there. Did they make Kerbin bigger in KSP2? I don't think they changed it, if I'm honest, but I don't know. Okay, so on that basis, we will continue. Dang it. Really, game? Really? They need to change that. Like, you're constructing it by piece by piece. It goes, yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Good. Good. Yep. No. You're like, why? What was wrong with it? What it should do when you're doing this is it should highlight, like it should change to red if there's something wrong with what you're trying to do. So if you're here and it goes, yeah, you can do that, green. Just make it all green. And if you clip into something, it just goes red. Like, no, you won't be able to commit that. That's what it needs to do. Because otherwise, you have absolutely no idea if what you're building is going to work when you click on the tick button. So I can see that's clicking that light. It's probably the light that caused the problem in the first place. Come on. Let's see, is that clipping or isn't that clipping? Who knows? Let's go a little bit wider. Hey! That looks amazing. Oh, my life. Beautiful. Again, we've got rockets, and then we've got the wrong separator, so that's great. Why don't you go up there for a minute? Rockets, and then we've got outer separation of the fuel tanks. Then we've got separation of the side tanks and thrusters. Then we've got double separation here, which I don't really want. Because at that point, you would hope to be in an atmosphere. So chuck the fairing, and then it's this is basically detach away, and the rocket's on its own, isn't it? So you do want both at the same time, but you want it with the engines as well. So something like that, I think. So this is the lifter. Oh, dang it, I've saved it with a... I haven't got the lifter on its own now. I've got the TX rocket. Lifter 1, which has now got both things on it. Meh. Rubbish naming schemes. Who's going to pilot it? That's a very good question. I would vote for nobody because it doesn't have any capability of having crew on board. How about that? It's remotely controlled, isn't it? It's got a remote guidance unit on it. It's manless, this one. Right, now we do need some extra Delta V from somewhere. So I'm thinking let's maybe stick on some SRBs down here. What have you done to my staging game? Really? Right, everything fires. I'm gonna assume the SRBs go first, but I have no idea. Actually, looks like the outer tanks are gonna go first. Outer tanks, then the SRB, then the outer thrusters, then the fairing. Okay. Let's give it its maiden test flight and see what happens. Any thoughts on what's going to happen? Lone Star, thank you for 30 months. It'll wobble itself apart. Okay. Flying Pope. Right, I think the solids are going first, which means that's the wrong staging. Okay, so revert to them. You've just got no faith, have you? No faith. You always assume it's just going to tear itself apart. This is Squirrel X. We're nothing if not professional here. My only question is, will it get us into orbit without running out of fuel? Yes, professional. Get a little turn going on. I'm going to throttle down for max Q. SRBs are away. That reaction control's struggling to move it. I'd actually say we've got too much fuel. Actually, no, we've probably just about got enough. We'll see. I'm just waiting until we catch the app up a little bit. Well, I think this thing is orbiting at, what, 100? Yeah, so we want to be about 90 or something. Matthews, thank you for 12 months. Been well, thank you. We have a lot of spare Delta V. I'm not sure we needed those SRBs. So I don't want to push that app up anymore. I did not expect it to do that. I expected it to kind of fall apart into 4 pieces, not just leave a massive ice cream cone in the sky. And also, when I thrust forward now, a little bit worried. Stay up. Whoosh. It should fall back down. Okay, so achieving orbit with this thing was actually quite straightforward, and we have a ton of Delta V left. Look at all that fuel. We have like 5 tons of fuel. So maybe a better design is to have smaller SRBs, just to give it a nudge. But it worked. First launch and it worked fine. I'll take that. Yeah, I think less, either no SRB or a small SRB. I'm thinking maybe no SRB. Maybe just something to give it a little kick. Let's try that. I did an initial lift with hydrogen in the tanks. That's the point of refueling in orbit, i.e. docking with the crew module. The initial lift is being done with the hydrogen in the tanks up here. They're full of fuel. They won't be refueling at the fuel station. They'll just be docking there, just so that we can go up with something else and connect with it. That's the point of refueling in orbit. Well, the transfer rocket, as I explained earlier, is designed to push something from one place to another and then come back. When it comes back, it will need to get more fuel, because you don't want to deorbit it just to get more fuel. So something's going to have to take hydrogen to the fuel station. And then the transfer rocket comes back, refuels itself, and is able to take something else again. That's the plan. We may have to add more tanks to the fuel station so that it has a bigger store. I don't know yet. There's bound to be mistakes on the way. But, you know, it's all experimentation. Right, SRBs and engines, separation of SRB, separation of outer tanks, separation of inner tanks, separation of fairing. Final separation. We're creating an SO station in space, and this is the transfer rocket. It's totally trial and error. That's what KSP is. The only problem with KSP is when you get it wrong, it's a high penalty usually. Okay, those little SRBs really helped actually. Get a better orbital speed going this time if possible. No, you can't nut it. I think something just fell off. I heard something then. I don't know what it was. I'm sure it was nothing important. do. Oh, this is not going to turn in time at all. Should probably put a reaction control on this lifter segment. We're also going to have to chuck this thing. God, I've still got loads of Delta V. Surely that's not right. How can I still have 3,000 Delta V left? 12 tons of fuel. Are you kidding me? Yeah, because I want to deorbit this thing. So I'm going to wait till that Perry's are about 40k and then separate. And then we'll go nuclear. I wonder what would happen if we separated that while we're thrusting forward. And now I know. I swear that's supposed to split. I don't like the way our apple's coming down. Okay. Okay, there's final separation. Oh, you scumbag fairing. What did you just do? Seriously, what just happened? You literally just broke something. Why do I have no control over this? This is not... I can't control it. So something's not right. Oh, hang on. It's stabilizing. It's taking its sweet time. Well, it's not lost an engine, has it? Look, we've not lost an engine. I don't know what we did lose, but it wasn't an engine. Look at that glow. That is so cool. We've got the antenna. I'm going to deploy that. We've got the antenna. We've got all the lights. We've not lost a battery. Did we lose any RCS? I can't really see the RCS. On there, on there, on there, on there. we seem to have all the RCS. Maybe should have put some lights on the bottom. Seems a bit dark back here. Not that you really need it, but it kind of would have looked cool, wouldn't it? Not that it doesn't look cool. Right, can we survive on orbit? To be honest, that Apple's a bit higher, 84. Actually, no, it's fine. 84's fine. If we can get round there, we can make this a little bit higher. $84,000 meters, give or take. That'll do. It was when this came out of the fairing, so something wasn't very happy. It could have been the spacer separation, yeah. It looks intact, but it's kind of hard to tell. Why does it feel like it's paused? Okay, why is it doing that? It shouldn't really do that, should it? Even when I go to real-time speed, it's doing that. What on earth would cause that? Is that like a weird bug or something? Yeah, the RCS is turned off, look. If I turn off stability... If I turn off... I've seen this before in a bug. It's like a random talk. Unless it's an atmospheric... A slight atmospheric buffer, maybe. In which case it would go around. It would go away at this altitude. It could be we're clipping the atmosphere slightly. Although it's still there, I think. It's still doing it. I'll try and reload in a minute. Right, Dave. How was your farm sim, Dave? I'm trying to reload just to see if that fixes it. You're making carrots. Why are you making carrots, Dave? You don't even eat carrots. Right, 87. That'll do. I want to circularize this before we start trying to target the fuel station. Right, go to that. At least the reaction wheel seems strong enough to do what it needs to do. It does look pretty cool. I love the hydrogen tanks, like a giant gold bag and some frame. Also, the gold part of that goes with the gold part of the hydrogen, which is nice, aesthetically. Right, let's get around that. Battery life is very good now. Loads of battery. Right, 2 Delta V. Oh, what? It was sped up. Looks like it's overcorrecting its roll. Maybe. Okay. That Delta V bar did not go down at all. Useful. Takes a while to turn, doesn't it? Okay. That's a pretty good orbit. 200 meters difference. What's that at? 102 and we're at 87. 1.2 degrees off though. That's quite a bit. Let's get ourselves perfectly flat with this station. Alright, 6-second burn this time. Oh yeah! We're on a lovely flat orbit now with the station. Nice. So what I've got to do now is catch it up. An alternative would have been to go to a higher orbit, because we can get a higher warp speed then, and then come down. I do wonder though if this transfer rocket should have had a bigger reaction wheel on it. I think whatever it's pushing, it's going to struggle to push it unless it's got a reaction wheel as well. Well, struggle to turn it. Yeah, I think the fuel station might have been better at 120k maybe. Save it there. So at that point, though, we'll be more or less next to each other in orbit, and then we can try and basically push out to it. And that's where it gets fun, because I've got to remember the controls. Right, F5. This is a very small burn. Okay, distance 8,300 meters. Okay, we're trying to get a little bit close to that. This is where it gets tricky, isn't it? This is where it gets very tricky. $7K. It's gone back up again. That's a 6K intercept, but still a little bit far. How did I get it to view that? Target intersect 11K. Yikes. Super fiddly. Three kilometers. Blimey. Successfully docked stuff on its clothes for Christmas holidays. Lol. That's 4,109 meters away. Okay, 6 Delta V burn. Okay. We should be passing very close to it, and we'll see what happens. I don't know what range it has to be before it shows it. Oh, there it is. 9.5K. Right, so it should come down to about 4K. Oh, I'm trying to remember this now. So, why is that not pointing towards that? Shouldn't that be pointing towards target, not mid? God, that's why we're in time warp. I gotta push that green thing so it's on the white thing. Turn it off. Oh, it doesn't want to turn. What is it doing? I'm trying to get the green thing pushed back over, but it's not having it. It's like we're chasing it. Let's go back that way. Auto docking mod. What, for KSP2? Good luck. See, what that's shown us is the white circle is the target, and the green circle is the target's trajectory. So basically, we're aiming at it, but it's not quite following the same path we are. It's kind of diverging a bit, and we've got to effectively get it so that we're pointing we've got to close in on it, but we've also got to make it so that we follow the same path that it's on. That makes sense. And I think I should have been pointing backwards when I tried to push it. I think. Yeah, I think this is where I went wrong. What I should have done was been over here. So if you retrograde burn, it pushes that way, I think. So we either burn our retrograde or the target's retrograde. I can't remember which. I think what we need to do is, if we retrograde burn out this way, so we're heading in that direction, it's heading in that direction. If I burn in over here, I think it'll push that one towards that one. Maybe. I need to get a bit closer. Let's try, see what happens. There you go. See? So it's pushing it towards it. It's pushing it right towards it and then stop. Now we're on a very similar path. So if we now head for the target, we can then accelerate towards it, and we're following the same path this time. Just confusing. It says I could change my subscription from every month to every 6 months with a first-time discount, but now I get an email that my subscription is cancelled and not according to Twitch subscriptions page. Might be worth contacting them. Okay, let's try. This is why I like having those docking mods and things, because, you know, it's one thing knowing how to do it, but having to do this all the time, you'd rather just let the computer take over the mechanics of it. Oh God, we're closing in a bit quicker than I thought we would be. Well, true SSD, but I like getting on with the fun stuff, you know. Okay, retrograde. Lol, Dave. Okay, that's pretty decent. We're actually almost matched in its orbit now. Thing is, Dave, it's true. I wasn't lying. Oh, it's spinning. Why are you spinning? Oh, don't tell me we've got that. I've heard about this bug. That should not be doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. That's not good. You notice how quickly that's going. That's not something I've done. I think that's a bug where you get random torque on a vehicle. And you can't counter that. It might have to be a save reload possibly to fix it. See, when I left that, it wasn't doing that. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, look. Has this thing not got any kind of control unit? Is it in the cargo space? So why am I not torque enabled? Payload. God. I can't turn SAS on. Look, there's no control for it. This is why I'm asking if there's a... Oh, there we go. So, hang on a minute. Does that imply that it turned off SAS randomly? Where is it? There it is. I need to target the docking pod now. No, I didn't put one on top. No. I need to target the docking pod of this thing. That. Specifically, right? That thing. Set as target. I need that, not the unit. Right, we've got to remember how the heck to do this. Target. You can do a control from here on the docking port. Remind me again what that does. And which docking port do we do it on? It's been a long time since I've docked something. Oh, we're doing it in the dark? No, come on. I'm not doing this in the dark. It's bad enough as it is. Also, there's like a docking mode, isn't there? Target, ground, sea. That's not going to help. Lance controls the docking port, not the ship. Yeah, but do I do it on that one? Or this one? On the target vessel. Where's the option to do that? There's no option to control from here. Oh, stop spinning, you stupid thing. It's literally just chucking away. What are the controls again? I, J, K, something. That's for navport alarm. It's just on this ship you're controlling. I, J, K, what was it? H and N or something? The issue is that we're doing this at night, and that's just like 10 times worse. Docking ports and vessels. Select your docking port control from here. Right, okay. Control from here. Who knows if that worked? How do you switch to docking mode again? Isn't that on wrong? Dude. Don't tell me we've come all this way and that's on the wrong way around. You may be right. It doesn't look right, does it? That doesn't look right. Isn't it supposed to stick out? Delete key for dock mode. Flight controls are now in docking mode. Okay, H. That's not taking me forward when I press H. That's spinning. Now, you see, control from here just does weird things. Or is it docking mode that's doing that? How on earth has that thing gone on backwards? Hyperborean Dreams, thank you for 25 months. It's not needed all the time. If your sensor mass goes through the docking port, your engine's already aligned with the docking port. They don't. The center of mass is all the way down there, but it does go through the docking port. Where would it normally be? Control from here on that? On the pod? I mean, that's not going to dock, is it? Because it should look like that. I don't know why it's put it that way, and I don't know why I didn't see it either, but it definitely looks wrong. That is frustrating. I genuinely don't think we need those SRBs. Wait a minute. Does that look wrong? There's a bug when fairing does not protect objects inside. Do you know we saw when the fairing went, we heard something get damaged. I reckon it was there. You can also look for an alternative for the cover around it so it doesn't glitch. There isn't one, is there? So that little bang was actually this. What a scumbag. Okay, so why doesn't the fairing actually do what it's supposed to do? Oh, okay. It's bugged. Right, thank you. Is there a way to fix it in any way? Have decouplers with the nose going. It's supposed to break apart. Don't think that should be a cargo bay. tube. Can we just use some tube instead? Okay. Not what I expected. You should turn on the thermal gauge settings to make sure it was an overheating issue. How do you turn that on? Decoupler and nose cone also works, so I'll try to limit the speed when ascending. Maybe I should have just... maybe it's because I separated it when I was in a vacuum, and that's why it didn't peel apart. Can I use this to create a piece of tube to go from like that? Yes, I can. Did you up the force of the fairing? You can do that in the fairing settings. I don't believe I did. Fairing enabled, deploy type, length. You mean this? When docking, look at the nav ball. Two things you need to work: the yellow target circle and your white. The yellow target circle and your yellow where I'm going circle. I thought one was white. There's a white target circle. When you're facing it, pull it towards you. When you're facing away, push it. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. How much ejection force does the fairing have? The bigger it gets, the more default force isn't sufficient. I don't know, Volpatrak. Where does it say the ejection force here? It says fairing and there's no ejection force. You want to look at the RM adapter. To do what, sorry? To do the fairing. Deploy type non, shroud, clamshell, 4. Ejection. Ah, this is where I went wrong. I had nothing set. Now I've got an ejection force. 400 kilonewtons in 4 pieces. How does that sound? Yeah, what are you on about, Volpatrak? To use it for what? Right. So we've ditched the SRB. Hopefully the fairing will deploy and won't break anything. Just need to fix the staging now because the staging's broken. So out of fuel, out of fuel. Actually, that will probably go before that, to be honest. Which I don't know if it will. Mickey, thank you for 91 months. Happy New Year. Yeah, I pretty much was in space when I did it, but I didn't have that explosive force turned on. Another thing has been learned. Okay, let's do this. Wants a bigger control wheel. I think I do. I think I do, Jorstad. Only on that launch stage, really. Actually, no, the whole thing. The whole... 1 second. It can't really control itself right now. Come on, open up. Let me see what's inside. Let me see. Let me see. Let me... No. Let me see. How do I make this thing... It's like giving me a peek, but it won't let me actually... Oh, you stupid... What is this? I need to put a reaction wheel on that thing. Because the one on the pod is not big enough. What does it come under? Utility, maybe? Reaction. Stabilizer. 0.45 tons. We've already got one on there, so... Oh, you... Right-click and change in the part manager. Yeah, it opens as your mouse gets closer, but look, when you try to put a part in there, it doesn't open at all, does it? Look. At least not where you want it. If I want to put the part up there, as I go up there, it closes up on me. Holy smoke. You sit over there and behave yourself. So what if we put another reaction wheel on it? That one weighs 0.25. So effectively it's got 2 reaction wheels. Give it a little bit more oomph. I can't put them there, Gordon. Well, I could if I use a big one. I'm not using a big one. seeing as we've got extra Delta V, I might just go to 120k orbit. Rob, thank you for 3 months. Something just blew up. What was that? I was literally looking at chat and I heard something go. I heard something make a noise. I don't like it when it does that. I'm going to check that docking port. I wonder if that fairing is not actually doing its job properly. Yeah, I think it was, you know. Oh, look. Settings, gameplay. Where's this thermal thing? You think it might be too close to the fairing? I don't think it's that close, is it? If that was working properly, it would protect it. It's a bug. Is there a workaround? How can I launch something into space that with docking ports on it if the fairing's not going to stop it from dying? You have to put nose cone on it. So you're saying what I need to do is put like a separator on it so I can knock it off later and then put something on the top like that. Make sure the decoupler is upside down. So is this what we've got to do to fix it? The fairing's just for looks now. Great. So why is none of this ripping off? Why is it just a thing at the end? Tube 250 that you gave that much force is part in between the big fairing and the hydrogen ship. That you gave much force is the part in between the big fairing and the hydrogen ship. I'm not really sure what you're saying. Depends on the heat tolerance. So let me get this straight. What we're saying here is this fairing does nothing to protect them thermally. And all the pieces are being subjected to thermals, and the docking port is taking the brunt of it. Would it not be better just sticking a blazer up there then? Maybe it does help with the aerodynamics, but not the thermal because of a bug. I don't know. Rip. There you go. Gonna make it pointy. Ejection force has been changed. I saw that game. Okay, so now we have that. Then we have incorrect separation. And we release from that. I think I'd rather have this on its own. That's then... Oh, you scumbag game. Right, engines, release, release, fairing, final rocket separation and thrust, and then we'll release that at some point. Let's try that. What you changed earlier was a Tube 250, which doesn't require any force. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Right, F5, hold F9. That way the lights work. Press F5, hold F9 to make lights work in KSP2. Okay. Let's do this. We have extra reaction control now. It does help that landing gear work, you are correct.
Paul, a little advice from the movie The Dictator with Sacha Baron Cohen. Pointy is always best and most scary, ha ha. Hope you had a great Christmas with the family.
Mr. Ryback, thank you, mate. I did indeed have a good Christmas. Thank you for the delivery. Right, keep your eye out for any thermal shenanigans. I don't think I have, Larry, no. coast a little bit. I didn't see anything blow up this time. It looks like we've got a docking port still. Scumbag game, I can't believe that bug. A little bit of a inclination on the old orbit, but we'll correct that. Good, we're still able to push the Apo away, which is good. I said 4 pieces. Right, that's about as far as we want to go, because that's the 50k Perry, and if we go any higher, the rest of this thing is not going to deorbit. So I think at this point, we're going to detach that away. See you later. And the lights work. Right, let's get up towards the Apo. I'm not docked at all, Boeing. We're nowhere near docked, mate. We've been fixing the ship and fixing bugs. Well, not fixing them, but working around the bugs. We're certainly not docked. How do you get the lights work? You press F5 and then you hold F9 and the lights work. It's magic. Okay, we have a stable orbit though. 400 meter difference. And we are now in a higher altitude than that thing, which means it will catch us up rather than the other way around. And this should be on a D-orbit. There you go, it's catching us up. And it's gone. Cheeky save before docking. Oh, yeah. Let's get the antenna out. Right. There's going to be something else cheeky. A cheeky toilet trip, BRB. I'm back. Right, let's see if we can get a maneuver with this thing. What was it at? 107 or something? $101,000. Interesting. Why are we not getting an orbital interaction? Out of plane. That's probably it. 2.1 degrees, that'll do it. Let's correct that first. Ascending node. Okay. Yeah, that turns a lot better now, look. I can actually control itself properly. 8-1 Delta V. That's better. Hopefully I've not left it too late to do that. Right, there's 101,000. I think we need to go around another lap by the look of it. We're not quite there yet. What? God, of course we're going to meet up at night. Yeah, we can take the nose cone off anytime. Catches up around about there. How do you get it to show here the distance between these two? There we go, right click. Target to intersect. Well, that's close. 1.6 kilometers. That's awesome. There, 1 kilometer. That's as good as it gets. And of course, we're on the dark side when we do it. Perfect. Hey, we have a Clampertron. Look at that. Amazing. We actually have a docking port. That definitely helps. Right, 15 delta V. Overrated, yeah. Good burn. We have a 1 kilometer intercept. Lovely. On the dark side. There she is. Point straight at it. Alright, change that to surface. Target. Definitely turn over a bit quicker now. Ooh, that was spicy. Of course, this thing's going to be spinning around again, isn't it? Yeah, but I don't want to waste RCS, you know? I'd rather use my RCS for docking and use hydrogen for burning. See you later, Johnny. Alright, let's point on it. You only started following 9 minutes ago. No, the best thing is, Dyson at all, right? The only reason he followed is so he could say something, which basically means he started watching, probably enjoyed it for like 8 minutes, went, oh, this is quite good. And then he saw like 9 ads. He was like, sod this, I'll hit follow. Went to rant about it, realised he couldn't, hit follow, then ranted, then unfollowed, and then left. Like, okay. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? It's Twitch. Twitch and ads are like hand in hand now. Oh look, spinny spinny. Either you watch the ads or you pay to get rid of them. That's completely how it is. It's no different to Netflix in that regard. You either deal with ads or you pay to get rid of them. Spinny spinny. I hit this thing if I'm not careful. Now, is that 1.7 towards or 1.7 away? I don't know. Not entirely sure. I feel like I'm drifting away now. Or use Prime Sub, yeah, but that requires paying Amazon for a Prime account, which is what, 70, 80 quid a year? Either way, you're paying Amazon money or you're watching ads. It's that simple. Okay. That's slightly drifting. Set as target. Flick to that. There's a little twirl. Right, F5 that, and then try and figure this out. So if I go J with the RCS turned on, so this is where it starts nicking your RCS. So I need to rotate a bit. So that left really is left. I feel like the camera's pointing the wrong. How do I turn the camera? Okay. So that is roughly left is left for me now. Which means H should be forward. Point at the target, please. Go.
change my sub to the 3-month tier 3 payment because of the deal. However, I hope it doesn't mess up my 112 going to 113 months as it shows I expire tomorrow. Loving the KSP. Much prefer watching you play it than me playing it.
What
so
the?
Relaxing.
What? Sorry, Ryback. What just happened? I jumped in the vessel, turned it, jumped back into this one, and it went. Ryback, change your sub to 3 month. Change my sub to the 3-month tier 3 because of the deal. I don't think it'll break your subscription. Just make sure it definitely continues it. You'll have up to 4 weeks to get it active again anyway. But if you have a problem, definitely contact Twitch support. But thanks for your support, Ryback. Gavin A. Laugh, thank you for 17 months. Chronakian, thank you for 83. I don't even truly what just happened. I don't know. All I did was I jumped into this. I turned it ever so slightly. When I jumped back in that one, it just went poof. That was so weird because it just went from 0 to infinity. It literally teleported 850 meters. Connie's paying forward the gift they got from Night Gaming to the community. Gifting a tier 1 sub to Squirrel's community. Thank you, Connor. Thank you for gifting to Bucko. It's an orbital speed change bug. I really hope that doesn't happen again. Look at that. Look at that backdrop. Come on, son. You can do it. Let's go! Woo! Flight in progress, vessel launch. What's this? We have successfully docked with the SquirrelX fuel station. I have just achieved what SpaceX cannot. Oh, look at that. That's just beautiful. Thank you for the bits, Molly Boss. What a beautiful sight that is. Now, if you bring up the resource manager, is it? Where's the resource manager? There it is. Hydrogen, look. Look how much hydrogen we have left. We've used that much doing all that maneuver. We used 0.04 of a ton of hydrogen. 0.04 of a ton. Pretty efficient. Mr. Raskar, thank you for 7.5 years, 90 months. We have full monopropellant, pretty much. Batteries are full. Full methalox, 6.4 tons of it, sorry. Actually, no, that's a 25 ton, 6 ton, 30 tons. It's all good. It's all good. Save. Twitch 19 docked. I'm going to call it. Okay, so thanks to you guys, we worked around a few bugs there because a few thermal bugs that were causing issues with the docking port not being there. But yeah, I've remembered how to dock as well, which is good. Now, this is the transfer rocket. As far as I can tell, it seems to be working okay. I assume we're still in a stable orbit. 102, 102. Yeah, stable. So the next thing to do is to use the same lifter, but bring up a vehicle which we will use to land on, for example, Minmus or Duna, whatever. If I want to try KSP, should I try with 2 or 1? That's a very interesting question. I would perhaps start with 1, because 1 is a complete game with a career mode, some tutorials. I mean, KSP 2 has tutorials as well. But 1 is a finished product, if you like. And as Larry says, it's also heavily discounted, which means you can get into it nice and cheaply. But understand that KSP has quite a steep learning curve, depending on how much you know about, you know, rocketry and stuff. You might be facing a steep learning curve. But 1 is a complete game, and you can always come to 2 later, because 2's got years of development ahead of it. Yeah, so we want to get a lander, and that lander is going to need to have a docking port so that it can connect to this transfer vessel. So we need 2 things up here. One will be the lander, and the other one will be some kind of either resupply for this or probably a extension for this, I think. It will need to be another fuel tank which also has hydrogen on it, and we'll need to have a connector on the end so that I can extend it with more fuel tanks. Why not both? If I can get both up here, I will. But I think what the next part to this will have is it will have... When this is not here, we'll have a fuel tank going that way and a fuel tank going that way. And it'll have that quad connector on the end, so we can start to build it out as a space station. We could move this thing's orbit as well if we wanted to. 100 orbit is a little bit awkward, if I'm honest. Because it's kind of easier, well it is for me, it's easier to come up into a lower orbit and then go up to this one. So I kind of feel like I'd like this at 120, not at 102. But I don't need to tackle that problem right now. Would I like to buy an umbrella? Actually, I wouldn't. I bought an umbrella in Spain when I haggled a guy, an African trader, down and got a rather nice umbrella. Very strong, very flexible, extends and everything for €9, and he was not happy. And neither was Mrs. Squirrel. She said I should have given him more money. True story. Do you know what? It's actually a really good umbrella. Over here, that umbrella probably costs you at least £15 to £20 easily in a shop. But the way I figured it was, he wasn't even paying tax on it, so... And if he doesn't want to sell it, don't sell it. If you're making a profit, business is business, dude. He doesn't have to sell it below his cost price, does he? And he probably either nicked it. Well, no, that's a bit of a slant. Who knows where he got it from? Let's say that. He probably got it at a cut price discount store. I don't know where he got it from, but he had a few of them. You try the same approach with his subs, lol. Now, we have a lander that we tried to put on Duna, but it didn't do very well. If I can find it. Was this it? The Duna Lander 2? But we can certainly use this. We can throw away all the launching stage. It's not going to need half of this junk. So what we can do is get rid of, like, all of this. And I'm just going to call it Lander Segment 1. Or Lander 1 segment, maybe. I need a naming convention that distinguishes between whether it's like a complete a complete thing or it's a segment. Excuse me. A segment that you use. I feel like a piece of dust just went down my throat. Just randomly, like... yeah, I need to know... I need a naming convention that's whether it's a piece that we attach something else to, or whether it's an actual self-standing rocket. Now this... What were the problems with this? It had quite a few issues when it went to Duna. I seem to remember it tearing itself apart, but I can't remember if that was before or after we put ablators on it. 0.2. See, Duna has a thin atmosphere. I can't imagine you need much of an ablator. If I'm honest. Wait. 0.24. Happened both times. So what's the real solution? Also, this thing was designed to be able to, like, does it need all these fuel tanks, I guess? I think they're probably too big. Because all it needs to do is deorbit. Let me have a look at my Delta V chart. If it goes to Duna, right, it's going to be put into an orbit. It needs about 1,500 to get down. And about 1,500 to get back up. But then it'll need to circularize, won't it? So it needs 3,000... plus 360 plus a lot of error. Let's say at least 4,000 Delta V. At least. Why is all this staging messed up again? 4 engines on Duna with an atmosphere. As it stands, that's a lot of Delta V, but I'm not sure about these giant tanks. But I am thinking that would be quite fun to stick in a fairing and lift. I think what we're going to need is some smaller tanks that we can fix on the side. It is very thin atmosphere, yeah. Could perhaps go with smaller tanks like this. It's 3,000 Delta V on Duna. Don't know what that's for. Why has it got Delta V here as well? It's got 3,000 Delta V down here. And then it's got another 1,100 Delta V here. Why? Well, the docking connection's going to have to go at the top, and parachute's going to have to go down here. However, it does mean that when we finally come back to Kerbin, where is the parachute? That is a real question. The alternative is we do something down there, but that's not really an option. So it is going to have to go there, isn't it? Oh, that's too big. It's a two-seater. That's a single. Oh, God. Don't have enough choice of pods here. Lander can is lighter. Or that one. No, that is. That's lighter. Unless you want that one. It looks horrendous. I hate it. It looks horrible. Is that one of them? Yes, it is. Mid, yeah. That's one of those, isn't it? So that's got a 6.5 tons of methalox. That would have 8 tons of methalox. And then where's the I don't want fairing. What's the other the dynamic, what's it called? Tube. How do we get this tube thing to fill that gap? I want that to sit on top of that and then just close the gap. There you go. That's what I wanted. I don't think that's any more advantage than that, really. It's still pretty tall. Although it does have the advantage of more fuel, I guess. It's really tall. I don't like it being that tall. I really just hate the way that this thing is wider than everything else. You know what I mean? It just looks horrible. Was in here, cargo bay. No, we packed that, didn't we? I think that's got the atmospheric thing in a bunch of RCS. That's the torque. So docking port will fit onto that. All that. I take it that's the hatch though. So the problem with this design right now is that this is the final section, but it can't be the final section because this has to be the final section, which means the separator needs to move down here along with the heat shield. So that heat shield there has to go on the bottom of here, and then that separator has to go on there like that. So that can separate from this, but then you bring in all this junk back that you don't really need. Therefore, you'd have to put that pre-separator if you don't want it. What was this? That's the science module. You don't need the science module. Which means that can go there, that can go on there. And that can go on there. So I guess you're looking at something like that. Why not get another separator on top? Yeah, it's a... It depends how you want to do it, isn't it? There's no reason why you can't do another separator on top. I suppose the advantage would be that you bring the lander can lower, so it's less of a jump. Where's the centre of mass right now? That's the torque module is there. So I want to keep that as low as possible. So we could put that here. I don't know. It's like you can either do it that way or you could move this cargo bay and this science bay above it, between that and the Clampertron, and have it on another separator. But then you have to carry an extra separator just for this final bit. Or you deal with the fact that this is higher. How much battery power does this have? 200. Does it have any solar? This is most certainly going to need parachutes. It's going to need a main it's going to need main parachutes and drogue parachutes. Radio mount drogue parachute extra small. Drogue parachute Mark 25. So that's a normal parachute. So that's going to be the thing that saves you at the end. But you need drogue to slow you down as well. These are pretty small. It does worry me a little bit. That's what we could do. Could do a 4, move them to there. So we've got 4 drogues and then 2 main canopies. And that means we can get rid of these. And then you keep all our parachutes up here. Do you reckon that's enough? 2 main canopies and 4 drogues. If that will work, we can just cap these off. Where will this rocket be going? To the moon? No, to Juno, hopefully. It's meant to be a generic lander vehicle, but it'll be transferred over by the transfer rocket. That's the plan. The last time we tried to descend into Juno, it didn't go too well. .24, 0.1. Even for 3-man cap, that's enough parachute. I was just thinking about amount of weight down here. Right, solar power. I don't see any, do you? Also, that's useless though now. Oh, I've messed up. I have managed to cover the hatch. There we go. Fixed. The hatch can't go on this bit. Well, we went there yesterday, Cucumber, but let's just say the descent didn't really go to plan. Not what I wanted. Why is it interesting? So it thinks that those things are not attached to the cargo bay. Sent a probe into deep space named Moho. That was about as far as I went in KSP2. No Kerbals to Junior yet. Right, it's got the ablator. Separator onto that. Oh, is this a cargo bay? Literally doesn't care about the RCS being there. Interesting. So I don't know if these ladders never really help in KSP. The reason is they don't really serve the purpose for which they're intended. Like, you cannot come up this ladder and get into that. Usually they'll... That's the furthest I can put it up. And usually the Kerbal will come up and he doesn't get the option to get in and he can't go round that little dip. And then it's even worse, isn't it? Because when you get to here, like, they can't climb up and come that way. They just stop there and get stuck. You got to check on land before anything. What do you mean? Oh, if they'll walk up. Yeah, but they won't. They never do. Yeah, but the telescopic ladder has the same problem. I mean, apart from it being quite big and quite heavy. It'd be great if you could just get your Kerbal to just jump to there and then you go doopy doopy doop doop and get in, but you won't. But we'll put them there anyway. And the other problem is you can't test it on Kerbin because the RCS thruster doesn't allow him to jump that high. Which is another frustrating thing. Right. I think that's right. No, we didn't put solar on it. Let me put solar on it before we finish here. Did we put an antenna on it? I don't know if it has an antenna. But it definitely does not have solar, I don't think. I thought we put solar on this. I believe that hits Alt key or something to transfer to another ladder place. That's just to copy an item. Deployable antenna, static antenna. I suppose it particularly matters where this goes, does it? You need DTSRI of 15 for Juno. Don't forget the transfer rocket has one of those on it. All this has to do is communicate to the transfer rocket, and the transfer rocket should, which is in orbit, communicate back to Kerbin. So I don't need a gigantic antenna on it. I don't think. Why won't you move down there? Okay, game. Right, Kerbin. Let's see. Juno atmosphere. 2700 Delta V. Plus more here for some reason. That would need to come before this. That would need to separate from that thing. Then it would need to fire this. That's probably not what you want. Probably wants a lot of parachutes at some point. And that's final separation. I don't know if that's got enough Delta V or not. But we shall find out. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back. I'm already late for my lunch. I'll be back in just under an hour, hopefully. Back about 4 o'clock, 10 past 3 now. Going to go and get a bite to eat and stretch the old legs. And I'll see you back here shortly. If not, enjoy the rest of your day. That's it from me. Bye for now. Welcome back. Welcome to part 2 stream today. I'm glad to hear the AV's 1080 out of 1080. Just noticed there's a massive loading crane that moves above. I was sitting there thinking, why are these shadows moving? I looked up and saw that. Do you know what? While I was sat here, I just had this massive brainwave. I thought to myself, one sec. Scotty McGee, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your new sub. Please give Scotty a lovely thank you. And Irvin, thank you, 27 months. I was actually thinking to myself, well, apart from wondering if this lander will get to Duna and back, I was thinking, what if we landed it on Duna and we didn't have enough Delta V to get back up and rendezvous with the transfer rocket? Effectively, whoever's on board would be stuck there. And I was thinking, wouldn't it be cool if the transfer rocket... So then I was thinking, what if it did have enough Delta V to get back up and it rendezvous with the transfer rocket, but the transfer rocket only has hydrogen. It doesn't have methalox, so it couldn't refuel this vessel. And that's what I was thinking, if the transfer rocket also had methalox. You know what I mean? You know where I'm going with this? So if it could somehow take a bunch of fuel tanks as well around the solar system, then this could land, come back up, refuel itself, we go somewhere else, land, come back up. You do a couple of things. But, yeah, it's probably easier to come back home. But it would be fun if it could take... Because sometimes there's a planet that has, like, some moons orbiting. Yeah, effectively. Maybe if it just nicked the space station. If it nicked the fueling station and took it with it. The whole thing... So it basically pushes the fueling station and the landing vehicle. And then brings it all back, and then something has to refuel it. But yeah. It was just one of those things. Anyway, right. So this is a landing vessel. We don't know if it works or not. It's going to have to be launched up into the atmosphere. Untested. Who knows how it will behave. I can't think of anything else it needs. It has solar panels, I believe. Yep. Retractable solar panels. Has some lights. It has drogue parachutes, proper parachutes. As far as I know, it has a heat shield under there. Yep, there's the ablator. I don't know what setting the ablator needs to be on. But we'll leave it. This thing's ablator has been dialed back on the basis that that will be into Juno, that will be into Kerbal, potentially. I guess what we need to do is build something in orbit around Kerbal so that we can reassemble it and go on a big trip somewhere. What else have we got? Reaction wheel on here? What's that? Torque enabled reaction wheel. RCS is there and there. It should have what it needs to dock. It's not remote controllable. That's the only thing. There has to be somebody in here. Otherwise we can't control it. I don't know if that's a consideration. And the cargo bay is actually full anyway, so... Not like we can fit it anywhere. We've got a science on board. Now, we could in theory pull the RCS tanks out of there. And put something else in there. What about battery power? How much battery does it have? 200. It's not a huge amount. Well, remote control units are not that big. Depends. It's as ever. It's where do you put the darn thing? You know, the tiny little thing, but if you put it between the docking clamp and that thing, I don't know if it's going to like it very much. There's the Rove Mate, but that's for a rover, I think. Yeah, it's just... It's hard to put it somewhere that wouldn't off-balance the rocket. That's the smallest one, but where does it go? The scary thing is, once this thing is up in space, it won't be coming back down unless there's something wrong with it. So you have to get it right. This really restricts things. I suppose technically you could leave this up in space. But then you'd have to somehow get the science off it. And the samples. I don't know how you do that. Right, let's see. Let's slap the lifter on it. No, let's slap the lifter on it and see what it does. Although I did remember. I need to save the lifter. We've got the transfer. I need to not screw this up. TX1 with lifter. There's the lander segment. TX1 rocket. Just load that a second. We've got the segment, we've got the lander segment. I don't know why we've got two of these. I assume one's an autosave. This needs to be, this was supposed to be, oh there's lifter one. Oh that's got the, yeah, okay. This is the one we need, I think. So I need to load that and merge it with the lifter, I think. Merge that in. Has that got the fairing? Yes, it has. We may need a gap on that. I don't think that fairing's going to come out properly. Oh, it might do actually. Hold that thought, it might actually work. That commit. Yep. Wait, we're going to get the same problem with thermals, aren't we? We're going to get the same issue that we had earlier. We need to put a connector on that. And that needs to be facing that way. And then we need a like a nose cone of some description. Do you reckon you can get away with that? We used that last time. To make sure it doesn't get destroyed. Dave1562, thank you for 96 months. Okay, let's see what we're looking at down here. That separator needs to go well up there somewhere. So we've got 3 main engines, Kerbal, atmosphere, 1.47, that's fine. Separation of outer tanks. That needs to not be here. Separation of inner tanks and rockets. Then at some point you chuck your fairing, which may or may not be set correctly. I don't worry about weight distribution. What's all that about? It's just details. Okay, so where's the separator for that? There. Right, separator and engine there. So that's when we go live effectively. These are all the drogue chutes we would need. And then this stuff, I don't know why there's 3 of them. I can't remember. Cool, it just deleted the fairing. Okay. That would be separating for final re-entry. That would get rid of all the junk. This is getting rid of... Yeah, okay, so this needs to probably happen roughly when we're getting rid of the fairing, possibly. Oh, I'm so excited by having to do all that again. It would be good if it kind of remembered what the last one was. Giant ice cream. Look at that. No, the cost thing with rockets comes from the career mode. There's no career mode in Kerbal 2 at the moment. It's about 3,000 Delta V and a bit more. I don't think this is going to get up. It will get up. Hang on. What is this? This is the... lander with lifter. What the? Lander 1 with... Lander 1 with lift. Okay. Oh god, what did I just do? Okay, I'm loading that back in. You should not be able to click on undo and redo while you're on a load screen. That's insane. Okay, I think we're good. Let's go. Okay, F5. Hold F9 for lights. Gotta have lights. You never know. Actually, speaking of lights, I don't think this thing has adequate lighting for docking. I'm not so sure I put lights on this thing. No, I didn't. 1 second. We need to be able to see where we're docking. How did I manage earlier to get rid of the fairing? Just put it over here. That'll work. See, this thing's got lights pointing down, but it was never designed to illuminate what it's docking into. And you can't put lights there, you scumbag guy. Okay, well, it's going to have to point that way. should do it, I reckon. I have been flying last week, and I'm booked in with an instructor next week for a refresh. Whew. Didn't think that would work, to be honest. F9 for lights. Let's go. Seems pretty stable. Let's see how far she gets. Tipping over too quickly. Tipping over way too quickly. Whoops. It just took the engine with it. It was partly my fault. I tilted it over too quickly and then I was hand flying it. When you hand fly it and separate, it doesn't work. Also, the other thing I've noticed is we have no way of viewing what fuel is left in these tanks because the only ones it shows are the tanks that are connected to thrusters that are active. So how do I view the fuel in these things? That's these, isn't it? FL800s. Because I think, look, they go very, very quickly. They're almost useless, in fact. Slow down a little bit. definitely quite top heavy, this build. My ascent profile was incorrect last time. This is better. Come on, Bill, we can do this, mate. I hate it when it does that. It's such a weird... it must transition from, like, atmosphere to no atmosphere or something. It just goes boink. It should be a smooth transition, but it's not. It's quite aggressive. It is a narrow... Well, it's because I wasn't... If you leave it on SAS and let it fly the profile, it's fine. But because I was hand flying correcting the profile, I was turning the ship and it just caught it on the way out. Because it drops them rather than pushes them away. Put it that way. Yeah, we've got a bit of an angle going on, look. Bit of an angle. Correct that. Wait, the computer doesn't take into account the fact that they don't do anything. See if we can get that a bit more aligned while we're doing this. Now, how do we get rid of that nose cone? That's the question. Should we give it a little nudge? Coming up. Oh, look at that. That's not good, actually, because this rocket's never going to deorbit. I messed that up. However, what's interesting is it ran out of fuel just as it got to a perfect orbit. The downside is that rocket's never coming back. So I think I need to just quickly F9 that. back on the equator a bit more this time. They are, Captain Flint. I'm beginning to wonder if they're worth it at all. Either we have bigger ones or just ditch them. Pretty cool. Okay, ready for separation again. Goes again. Whoopskin. Ken just did a debug dump or something.
Speaking of bits, thank you for the countless hours of exceptional entertainment, Paul.
Onamichi, you are very kind, sir. 10,000 bits. There's too many zeros. 10,000 bits. Thank you for the countless hours of entertainment. Thank you very much for the support, Onamichi, genuinely. Thank you. Right, while we're waiting to climb up to our Apo, why don't we point out a little bit? Oh my god, that's slow. Right, I need to watch the perio. I don't want to go above 40,000 meters positive. Hero in Hong Kong, thank you for tier 2, sir. 95 months. Enjoy your tier 2 emotes, by the way. You've got some nice ones. Got one of Rome's favourites in there. No, I did not eject the pod. I ejected the nose cone protector for the... You see, currently, the fairing doesn't protect the clampetron. You have to put a nose cone on it, which means you need to put a separator on it and then get rid of it. It's annoying, but it's a bug. Yeah, if I spin round and then get rid of the nose cone and come back, it falls away quite nicely. Okay, so now we're coming up on about 40,000 should do it. Okay, so 40,000 meters periaps, which means if we disconnect now, the main rocket will fall back down and die. And if you look at the delta V left, that's pretty cool. Just about what you need. So if we go for separation now. We can use this to get up to the 120 orbit we're looking for. That worked pretty well, actually. We need to fill the tanks on this thing before we leave. That will do, 600 meters different. Lovely. So, where is it? Other side of the planet, of course it is. Have to wait for it to catch us up, so we'll check out the solar. Get the batteries charged. All the lights. I don't know if this vessel will cope with the lights being on the dark side. 250 U is not a huge amount. Let's go for a whiz by the planet. Let's see what happens to that charge. It's going to be close. I think it might be okay, though. There we go. Yeah, it works nicely. It's about 100 U. Around the dark side. Okie doke. Right, now we're just going to wait for this thing to catch us up. Are you going with the separate lander? This is the separate lander. We're going to go and rendezvous with the fuel station, top up on fuel, and then connect to the transfer rocket and go somewhere. That is the plan. But I genuinely have no idea how it's going to go. But we're going to try. If nothing else, we'll learn things. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Copyright strike! Oh god, slow down. I can't remember how close we got last time before we... Let's try that. Oh, hang on a minute. First thing I should have done is correct our inclination. Herp-a-derp-a-derp. Right. Let's do that. 2.4 degrees, that'll never do. Game. Okay, target node. Oh, look at that. Look, little lights on in the cabin as well. That's brilliant. It's so bright in there, yet Bill is not even lit up. I don't quite understand that. (92 Delta V). Lovely glow. Look at that. It's awesome the way that works. Look at that. It's the little things. Right. Let's try again. So that thing is at 102. Might need another lap. We might need to go around the block. Well, that'll do. 1.5 kilometers. Lovely. 1.5 kilometers intercept. Perfect. And of course, we'll be on the dark side again. Okay, maneuver node targeted. We've got 15 Delta V. Juno has quite a lowish gravity. It has a thin atmosphere as well, which makes it a bit annoying. More gravity than Mimbus, though. Should do it. $1.5K. Let's go. I bet you when we get there, the whole station's like for no reason other than when it loads stuff, it just spins them automatically. Right, where are you? Where are you? Not in range yet. Really? Let's point to target. There it is. What a cracking view. Right, 1.5, let's go. Come on. Turn. Oh, the docking's the easy bit. It's rendezvousing's the hard bit. Not quite got enough reaction control to make this straightforward. Some electricity would be nice as well. I'll just turn the lights off for now. Wait, what's this? Thermal? How can that be getting warm? It's not nonsense. Nah, the engines are nowhere near it. Besides, this should be getting hot, not the ablator. Trouble is, we're in the dark, using electricity to move the reaction wheel around. It's annoying. Might be worth, I don't know. Is it worth speeding up time and waiting for the sun? Yikes, it's a long way away. You went to it with more rescue missions than actual missions. Right, now, which side do I dock in? That's the question. Oh, it's that side, isn't it? Set as target. Easy does it. Need a better reaction wheel. Oh, you scumbag. My finger slipped from the X key to the Z key, and it just knocked it, like... God, that's annoying. They're so close together, those keys, and they're very, very easy just to press the wrong one. It's like you're on a delicate balance, and then you just get a max thrust. Cool. You probably can rebind them, but... Did I orient this thing on the save? No, I didn't. I need to get some, like, real controls, you know? You can probably change the keys and the settings, to be fair. Why is that thing, like, literally moving around? What the heck? You what, mate? Literally chasing this thing around doesn't make any sense. Oh, the slow reaction wheel just makes this so much more difficult. Come on. Yeah, electric current's nearly gone. But the best thing I can do is just slow right down and then just whiz around, get the sun again. Otherwise, we'll have absolutely no chance. Can't do it without power. Right, that's in a pretty stable orbit with it. We don't have a great deal of monopropellant though. That's the issue. So I need to connect in order to get some fuel back. Ideally, I'd bring the transfer rocket over to this and just leave, but we need to put some monopropellant and some methane back in here. So we've got everything we can for a trip. So I'm going to have to try and dock, but if I run out of monopropellant, it's not going to be possible. It's a bit of an issue. Just going to eyeball it. See you later, Evan. which way is it up? That's up, apparently. Oh my god, all the controls are reversed as well. Just to make it even more fun. So I've got to press I to go up, but then I've got to press S to put the nose down, which is up, but down. H, hopefully, is going forward. So I wanted to go up, but then I went down because the keys are reversed. And then we need to go left. No, that's right. So right is left, down is up. Spin this thing 180, will up be down and down up. Let's try that. Okay, H to go forward. I think we're about to run out of mono propellant. Yeah, I think we're toast on mono propellant. Is K actually going down or what? Oh, great. So I, which is up, pushes you down. So I've been going the wrong way. And now we're out of propellant. Yikes. Ooh. Thank you, Shadowstorm. Come on, settle down. Now the game doesn't have auto docking. You can normally get mods later that do, but right, did we set that as a target? Yep. think we're moving towards it. What's the maximum speed you can collide, shall we say that? Completely miss it. No. Wow, how did they not collide? That was like some weird ballet, that was.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, but I'm on a monopropellant budget. That's the problem.
What was that? We need total concentration.
Yes, you need linear RCS when docking. Of course you do. If I had more RCS, I would get myself beautifully lined up and I would go straight in. Let's try and kill this relative speed. Okay. In theory, I can use the other vessel, but I think that would be technically more difficult. Wait, so we were doing 1.4 meters per second. And Gingy Truckin said 20 meters per second. To be honest, that 1.4 meters per second should have been fine. But I guess not. Woo! Let's go! Now we can refuel. And this thing is still showing up as having a thermal issue, which makes no sense. Wait a minute, what's that even doing there? What even is that? The scallop? Oh, God. It was pointed the wrong way. Well, that's going to get wrecked at some point, isn't it? Because that's supposed to be a heat shield there. Yeah, that should have been pointed the other way. Peter Kerr, thank you for 100 months, sir. No distraction at all. Mods, can you please put Peter Kerr's name in the memo room so I can give him a VIP badge later. Thank you, Peter. Thank you for 100 months of support, sir. I think this will probably burn up on entry. However, will it take the rest of the craft with it? Probably. I take it there's no way we can disconnect this. I don't know if Bill can disassemble it. I literally don't know. Like, is there such a thing as an engineer in this? It won't refuel unless I tell it. This is going to be very, very tedious. There's like 1 million parts on this thing. Let's see. Monopropellant, there's only 11 of them. Okay, so that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Wait, what? Going out on this. In. So that should have refilled the monopropellant on the lander. Gavin Howe, thank you for 39. Then, okay, how do we get rid of these? Really? Is that a bug? Literally can't get rid of these. How do you reset this thing? Okay, so that's bugged. F9. Methalox. Okay. So we want that. This is the big tank here, the X200. That is so broken. I just press close on these and it's putting them in here, not taking them out of here. Literally duping things. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Are we making fuel? Well, they clearly didn't do any refueling, did they? Anyway, I think that's filled up this thing. Let's save that. What about... So now I've got to separate this thing and separate this thing and then join these two together. That's what we've got to do now. Which is just as much fun. This thing, I think, has that bigger RCS tanks on it, if I remember. Where did I put the RCS tanks on this rocket? Oh, it was on the bottom, I remember. It does have bigger RCS tanks as these things. Yeah, so this thing should dock to that. This should just disconnect, and then we use this one to try and dock to that one. That's what we do. Do we try an EVA on that just to see if we can do anything with it? I don't know if they had... Does anybody know if you can do that in KSP2? Can you get Bill to come out and remove this? My guess is not, but I don't know. No, I don't think you can. Because in KSP1 you had to have like a engineer, didn't you? Let's just go. Undock. That sounded quite violent, didn't it? Oh, it literally just did that thing where it deorbits the space station, look. Yep. That's the second time I've seen that bug. Like the other vehicle just gets yeeted back towards the planet. I think it's frozen, guys. Could be wrong. Alt F4. You need a Yeet emote. I think you've always needed patience in this game, Mickey. Okay, refuel is still done, isn't it? Well, according to this, that MP tank is not full. How does that work? That's weird. All the tanks are full except the one on the space station, and yet somehow we don't have a full... We have 3 out of 3.2. The heck? Okay, I'm going to try flick into that and flick into that, and then I'm going to RCS backwards a little bit. Okay. Jeez, that just sounds like it's breaking the whole thing, doesn't it? Whoa, 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 whoa. What the heck is that? Just suddenly, like, no reason, just... Right, I gotta figure out which way is up and down, left and right now. How can that be right? JL. Okay, so that's right. Which means that is hopefully up. No, that's down. What the heck? How can these controls be so messed up? Imagine trying to ride a bike where when you steer right, it goes left and vice versa. That's what this is like. Right, that's nose down. That's good. Can we go up? No, that's down. So down is up currently. Okay, we'll have to work with that. Why does it keeps jumping around a bit? Oh, jeez. I did not realize we were that close. Hey! What do you mean save and reload? When you've got skills like these, you don't need to save and reload. It's exactly what I wanted to do. There's only one slight problem. I've got a feeling it might have yeeted the space station. In which case I can't keep the save. Genuinely can't see this. Oh, there it is. Okay, I can keep it. Okay, we're good. We are good. Now, the only thing I haven't actually checked yet. How much Delta V have we got? 2,200. That's not a lot of Delta V. I think we're on the wrong craft, you know. Which one are we actually controlling here? Control from here. Yeah, it's got the wrong staging going on. Why is it that this has not calculated any Delta V? Get these out of here. Remove the decouplers from that stage. Why would I do that? Why the heck would I do that? You reckon Delta V calc is bugged? Mark the champ, Uncle. $14.91 according to this. I take it I now have to disable these engines. Because if I throttle up, I presume it will fire up both sets of engines, won't it? So I need to activate. Do I just bring these down to 0? Is there no way of disabling them? You think they're deactivated for you? I don't trust it. I do not trust it. What I'm going to do is F5 and quickly fire up and see what happens. Okay. Well, the Delta V is coming down, as is the fuel. That is not much Delta V. have a lot of mass. Where does it show you my mass? Is fuel cross feed on? I don't know. Well, it seems to be draining from the outer tanks evenly. So yes, it's definitely luck. All the tanks are being drained. Yeah, these are math locks up here. These are hydrogen nuclear engines. So you can't use the fuel from that down here. I think Duna's probably a bad plan. Let's go and test this thing to the moon or something. Just give it a quick test. If this delta V is correct, then we're not going very far at all. So from here, technically speaking, we could go to... Actually, to go to Duna is 140 from here. Because we've already circularized, haven't we? I believe that's the delta V for a particular stage, not the entire craft. Yeah, correct. 140 would get us 140 plus 250 plus 360 is 5, 6, 7, 8, about 900. 900 there, 900 back. Bit of a squeeze. Junior and back is like really... Nah, it's not going to happen. We can't quite make Junior and back, so what can we do? We need to go somewhere we've not been, really, to get the science. We could use some fuel from the other rocket, in theory, yeah. But we need to make sure we've got enough fuel in it to land and get back up. There is a mission to Minmus at the moment. Now, Minmus would cost 930, 160. Even that's a push. It's 930 just to Minmus. Yeah, Gilly is cheaper. You are right. I was looking at Gilly. Gilly doesn't cost that much to get to, according to this. However, it does cost 430 to get into an inclination with it. So there's a hidden cost to Gilly. So just to get an orientation costs 430, and then 90 to go there. So that's about 500. Then 80, so that's 600. Another 60, that's 700. 410 to get into orbit. 1100. But you'd only need 30 to land, which means we could use the other rocket to shove us back again. So Gilly's a possibility. Where are we? Moon, Minmus. Where the heck is Gilly? Gilly is off Eve, isn't it? Oh man, what's the phase angle for Eve? I think we've already been to the edge of Kerbin SOI. I think. $5,000 Delta V all in. We got 1,500 on this thing, bro. And then I don't know how much we've got on the other one, because it won't calculate it. Oh. So that's a problem we get. I could do a giddy flyby, possibly. Phase angle is officially 53 degrees behind. 53 degrees behind. In that case, we're already have a problem. Yeah, the nuclear engines are not powerful at all. But they don't really need to be, just pushing things around here. Do you know what? This thing, there's one thing we should have done with this, is put more RCS on it. Because I realise that now, because this is the main thing you use to dock. and the amount of RCS on it is not enough. See, Moho's not... Oh, Moho is... Yeah, forget Moho. Dress is 610 to get the 1290 to get into orbit. Flipping heck. Plus 1,000 inclination. Yikes. That many fuel tanks of hydrogen 1,500 Delta V is crazy. I agree. That's a lot of hydrogen for not a lot of Delta V. But we are pushing a lot of stuff around. Just make you wonder. What about Ike? Ike is quite a cheap transfer. Ike's 140 to get there, 250 to get in the area, then 30, then 180, then 390 to land. Ike's definitely doable. Forget Duna, but Ike's definitely a thing. Let's get my calculator. If we want to go to Ike, what's our current orbit? 103. Why is the website broken? It's not calculating. So the website calculates everything apart from Ike. All right, we'll just calculate Duna then. Phase angle 45 degrees. Where's Duna? Oh, I forgot about this thing. Oh, God. I think we'll have to go to the tracking station to do this. Which website? The KSPRX.biz one. That one. I take it I can't speed up anymore because I've got something in a 100k orbit. Is that correct? Which is going to make transfer windows impossible. Do I need to put my fuel station higher for this to work then? Default name 7 in orbit. That must be the fuel station. Yep. Maybe I should raise the orbit of everything. If it's sat at 100k and it's slowing down the warp speed. What's the limit on the warp speed? This goes 100. How do we get to 1,000? Do we have to be outside of 120k? I can't remember the limit. Let's go to 160 day. Twitch is aggressive on ads. Yeah, it's Christmas, mate. Everybody advertises then. You can't calculate Ike because the site says only transfer between bodies or orbits in the same parent can be calculated. Cool. Well, we'll do the parent as the phase angle. It's fine. I'm going to move the fuel station up. Why do we have no thrust? We've got electricity. We've got fuel. got engines. What deactivated them? Why is this turning when it's powering? It can't even keep itself on a straight line. Oh God, is it? They're not paired off? Are you serious? God, man. See ya. You get far away with the other object, should be able to accelerate more. Okay. You reckon it's because two are near each other? That would make some sense. I don't remember deactivating those rockets, but I assume I did. I feel like in its current state, the science tech tree missions have a problem. We kind of come all this way, and then there's suddenly this weird leap where the mission that you have to do now is either very difficult or it's a one-way mission. But getting there and back from Juna on a specific landing spot is quite a difficult thing to do. And a lot of the things that you might need to do it properly are only unlocked later. No, because it's the mission where you've got to it's the mission where you've got to explore the strange artifact. I don't think a probe does it. I could be wrong, but my assumption is that you have to land next to it and then send a person there. Bannerlord, thank you for 24 months. Happy anniversary. You don't have to send who back to Kerbal? The monument ones can be done with probes. Okay. You see, that's not made clear in the text at all. If it's just a probe, it's a lot easier. Thank you for 52 months, Compet. Yeah, can you imagine? Are you sure you can do it with a probe? Right, fuel station is now at 160k. Because if you can do a one-way trip in a probe, we can do that mission. I've been trying to do it by sending a person, though. So now we can do 1,000 times, which is better, but I still think because this thing is within 100k, or within 120k, it's slowing it down a bit. The one on the moon you had to land. B101 UK, you did the moon, Minmus, Duna and Leith as a one-way with the probe. Find the source of the mysterious signal on the surface of Duna. Find the source of it. So you're saying you can do that mission with a probe? In that case, we may as well retrofit the rocket for a probe and go there, because 2,000 signs is a lot of signs. But tell me, did you transmit the result back? Give a screen grab the rover that's still at the monument. Wait, you sent a rover there? So you didn't land next to it. You landed and then put a rover out there. Interesting. So I'm going to, if I load the Minmus probe. Yeah, you'll still get your 2,000. You're right, you do get a 50% drop for transmitting stuff, but you get 2,000 signs for doing the mission. Yeah, so you more than make up for it. What did I put in here? If you're going to Duna, though, surely you'd need a bigger aerial than that. Does not say it has to be a manned mission. Well, apparently it doesn't. So in theory, you could use the nuclear engine. Now we have access to it. Love the look of KSP rockets, but not the bugs. Yep. I think we should have a final separation stage up here. It's under science, atmospheric survey. Juno has an atmosphere, so we could do with taking this. So we'd probably need a cargo bay. So if we get a payload bay. Oh, it has got an engine. What is that one? A spark. $3.15 in a vacuum. It's pretty good. Big battery. Okay. I think we'll leave the config as it is. Is there no cargo bay that's smaller than this? Blimey. Why is that the smallest cargo bay? I just want to put an atmospheric survey thing on there. How much does that weigh? 0.05 tons. If I put it there, it's just going to like unbalance things. See, that is 0.05 tons. I either put two of them there, which is completely unnecessary, or we put something else which weighs that on the other side. That is frustrating. How do you plan to land that tiny thing accurate on Juno? Well. I mean, why can't we land this on Juno? I mean, the alternative is to build a Hex 2 one. This kind of size. A bigger version, which would let us put a bigger payload in though. No, Bill's not stuck on Duna. There's vicious rumours. No, seriously, Bill is orbiting right now in the transfer rocket. He's not on Juna at all. So this thing has a reaction control built in, doesn't it? Yeah. Probably best to keep the weight under it. So we get rid of that. The engine choices needs to be made. That's still too high. I think I'd rather have a stockier version of a rocket. Chuck some tanks down the side. Yeah, I don't actually... See, KSP TV said that Tim would come back, but he hasn't come back. So I don't know where he is. Medium... I should do it, shouldn't I? We'll strut that out a little bit. A truss resizer. The problem with trusses is they look a bit rubbish. Could put a scooper on this and get the surface sample. That's not a bad shout. The only problem is the scooper's probably going to imbalance the rocket because you only put one of them down. And here's the other problem. If we're not coming back, it's useless because the sample, I doubt will go there as a manned mission. A multi-point connector. That's funky. Quite like that. You also have to be in a much smaller area. What do you mean? The Duna Monument is much more uneven terrain than Mimbus and Tylo Monument. Yeah, that's fine. We'll land this thing next to it. Have faith, sir. Have faith. We'll have... disposable fuel canisters. Take some baguettes with us, do you think? Seems rude to go into space and not take baguettes with you. How much do they hold? 0.3 tons. So that's about 1 ton for 3, 2 tons of extra fuel. That tank was that one. It's not bad a bonus. There's no way this tall tripod rocket will ever fall over. Mate. What's wrong with you? Be fine. Space baguettes, exactly. Right, we need solar on there of some description. So I reckon... do we have retractable or do we go with a flat panel? 0.15 charge. We could have 6 of them. That brings us up to about 1 charge per second. I guess if we're going to stick an antenna on there, that's the issue. What's the power draw on the antenna? 2.2. 200 mega meters. Is that... how far is Duna? Is that enough for Duna? Doesn't sound a lot. 200 million meters, is that? One bottom left is the one used on my Juno rover. That one. So you did a 36. This one's actually a better option, I think. This one. See, this one is almost a tenth of the weight. It's deployable and goes just as far and takes less power. So I think I'll go with that one. What if I put one of them? 35 gigameters for Juno, so we do need that one. Oof. I need a lid on this thing. I'm sure I saw a flat surface that you could put on there. Wait, Juno's got a Juno's got an atmosphere, doesn't it? Which means we're going to get hot, which means we need we either have to burn all the way down into Juno, or we need an ablator. That's a problem. That's a real problem. Unless we put the ablator up here and go nose first. Nose first on the way down until all the heat is gone, then spin it around. That would probably work, you know. Just cap it off like that. Well, yeah, we're going to need chutes, but the point is that it's either we get rid of this engine, because we need an ablator here, so we have to put side engines, or we use an engine here, but we basically go in head first. And then once all the atmospheric burn is gone, we deploy the drogue chutes and spin back round again. You don't need a mod for KSP2 that repacks the chutes. You can actually with a probe. I don't know if you can do it. If you got a Kerbal in it, you can do it. Well, I'm kind of thinking the baguettes will have gone by then. I'm kind of thinking the baguette fuel will take us over to where we want to go, and then we'll ditch them. Which reminds me, though, we need to pump the fuel back. Because we want to burn that fuel first. Probes can repack chutes as well. Nice. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking we use that fuel to, you know, get us into orbit or deorbit, whatever. And then on the way down, we ditch them. And then we're going in like this. And then we just want some little drogue chute. Probably to slow us down a bit. And then some parachutes to stop us from dying. So let's get rid of this. Antenna is a good call. Also, we're going to say call this a Juno probe. How heavy is that thing? 0.05. Right, let's get the staging right, and then we can figure out what the delta V is on that. So we got 4 rocket boosters, main engine, 1700 delta V. Get rid of those, another 1400 delta V. Oh, seriously? 0.91 thrust to weight ratio. Then we ditch that. Engine. Don't know how far that's going to get us. 3,500 delta V is quite a bit. And then at some point, we're going to ditch the fairing. That needs to be separated. Okay. Why can I not create? Did I forget to do solar? Do you know right now Great Britain is making 20 gigawatts of power from wind? Are you like Vrome pups? Have you got like a dashboard that shows you live power generation from Great Britain's wind turbines? Yeah, Christmas Brussels sprouts are the cause of all that wind out there. You're right. Can't work out if the stage is broken, but I can't seem to create another one. It's giving me a red line. Is that bugged? EnergyDashboard.co.uk/live. Come on, let's have a go. Here we go. It's not quite like my dashboard on my solar array. 37 gigawatts total. Current 20 gig of wind. Importing 4.6 gig. 1 gig from PSH. 2.7 gig of biomass. There's your sprouts. 2.7 gigawatts of power is being generated from all the sprouts that were eaten over Christmas. That's your biomass power generation right there. 5.2 from nuclear. 2 gigawatts from gas. 0.7 from hydro. And 0.4 from MISC. MISC? Miscellaneous power generation. I must admit, that does fascinate me. What is that? We've got wind, nuclear, import, biomass, pumped, gas, hydro. What's the miscellaneous 0.4 gigawatts of power? Have you got some hamsters on wheels or something? What is that? No way is that coal. It would say coal. Micro generation, batteries at home. Why would we have people chucking power out? Where have they got it from? Batteries. I haven't even got spare power to export. 0.4 gigawatts of battery power coming out. What are they mad? Probably Tesla wall batteries. Oh look, loaded it back in and it's fixed. Okay, right. That and that and that. That can come later. That's the fairing. Okay, so fairing can go, then separation. Where's the engine? There's the engine. Separation and engine go together. Dump them at some point, then all the stuff. Before that we have separation engine, ditch. Okay. Miscellaneous categories, generation types not covered by the other categories, including spare power from a CHP plant at Winnington Chemical Works. They've got a chemical plant generating power. Wow. I would love to see the same thing, but for China. I would love to see that. Is there an energydashboard.cn/live? Because I want to see how their breakdown looks. Right, let's see. Duna in an atmosphere. 2,600 delta V. 2.96. What's that one, Bigfooty? Welcome to Electricity Maps. Hang on, what's China? East Russia. Yeah, you see? China, no data available. What a surprise. East Russia. Carbon intensity 451 grams. The heck is that? Oh my God, look at India. Western India. Renewable energy 8%. Low carbon 11%. Carbon intensity 724. Eastern India is even worse. My God. Australia's not exactly brilliant. 4% renewable. I mean, they've got so much sunshine. The middle of Australia is just, it's like Mars. and it's just sunshine. Get your panels out, boys. What are you doing? If you look at where the green stuff is and where the brown stuff is, I think that says it all. Listen, Coloroni, Saudi Arabia is investing billions on solar panels. They've got a sand problem. If they can deal with it, have you never seen those robotic solar cleaners? They literally sit, they go along the rail and just clean the panels automatically. What was I going to do? I was going to look at doing a 44 degrees phase angle. There's doing a 44 degrees. Hang on, so we're catching it up, aren't we? So we need to be... This is a bit like that. That's 12 o'clock. It's about 45 degrees, I think. Do you reckon? Make sure June is ahead of Kerbin, which it is. If Kerbin's at 3 o'clock relative to the sun, June should be 1:30, which it is. Yeah, it's about 1:30, it's about 45 degrees. We've got no electricity, boys. We ran out of power. 1 second. You'd think when we're on the landing pad, we'd have ground power plugged in. But no. We sat here for so long, they got bored and left. So now we've just got to pop the panel out so we can start our engines. Hang on. I just thought... we need to put fairing on this. If you have a launch tower, you do. Interesting. Let's wrap this like a Christmas present. Tick that box and then we'll get the ejection force, clamshell 4 design. That worked for us nicely. Make sure we ping it. Yet to figure out how to actually use fairings. Well, in KSP2 they don't work properly, but you can still use them. Let me just double check June is in the right place. Yep. I don't know why I've left spotlights on here. It's not like this is going to land anyway. It's completely pointless. I throttled all the way back and was still punching it. It's turning a little bit too much now. Beep needs to be louder. It's completely vanilla. Filex KSP2 is quite different. Yeah, I think our Apo is going to struggle slightly. We'll see. We'll keep going. This is a horrible orbit. $60k Apo if we're lucky. Yikes. We should have ditched this stage a long time ago. Put a different thruster on it. I'm not sure what that is. Skipper. It is something more powerful. Skipper. 525. You could probably get away with like a mainsail. And then get rid of 2 of these probably. While we're here, get rid of them. This thing needs some lights on it. Okay, let's try that. Radial air intakes, couldn't find it in the aviation research section. So they're only the tech trees based on science that you do unless you're playing in sandbox mode. They need to do a lot more to help players with transfers and planning things, but it's early access, and they might just leave that to mod authors anyway. Who knows? Got a little bit of fuel left before we go to our second stage, which is good. Oh yeah, made a massive difference. See that I'm making. this is looking better. Although I don't know how much Delta V we're going to have to get over to Duna. I can't remember, Azkaban. You know, thinking about our little transfer rocket, because my mind's going over this. Our little transfer rocket, I think it just needs more nuclear engines on it. It needs to have more potency. But it's going to need a lot more fuel as well. Started too late. This doesn't have enough oomph at all. I think this is coming back down. Or it should have started burning a lot earlier. Yeah, I've had quite a bit of weight up here and this thing can't deal with it. I mean, it's going to do it, it's just going to waste a lot of fuel doing it. Let's have a look at that engine. We might have a better one. It's an old rocket design. That's the Poodle. 110 kilonewtons of, or 215 kilonewtons of thrust in a vacuum. It's pretty good, to be fair. Where's the put engine mounts? How do engine mounts work? They basically just allow you to attach multiple engines, but they feed the fuel through. Let's put that back together and see what that looks like. Oh, you scumbag. Come on, game. Really? Really, game? How exactly are you supposed to put a separator on that? fairing's not going to fix it. That is stupid. They're not made for second stages. Why not? You don't put restrictions on an engine mount. Move them, see if there's a node lower down. There isn't. There's literally 3 nodes. Come on. That is an engine adapter. But apparently this engine adapter thing doesn't like connecting to anything. Look for engine plate. I have seen an engine plate. You mean one of these? Engine mounts are just for... Oh god, what have I done? The same problem. Well, if you don't mind the jank, you can make it work. The problem is, the more you put those engines towards the middle, the more that node doesn't want to play ball. So if you kind of overlap it too much, like that, the next thing doesn't want to do it. If you right click on the plate, can you change it? In what way? Well, it's not the length, is it? It's the fact these stick out. That's the issue. It's the fact they stick through there. I mean, you can shorten it that way, but that's what I was referring to. You watch these engines just completely destroy each other now. Right, you don't want to be here, you want to be up here somewhere. SRB is an engine. Separators. Separator with engines. Kerbal, atmosphere. Thrust to weight ratio 1.5. That'll do. Then get rid of the stuff. Separate engines. Separate parachute. Let's see what happens. Please tell me that Juno's not moved. F9 for lights. Rated R for rocket. Rated J for janky. It doesn't work. We haven't started using those engines yet. Suffering now. Press F5 and then hold F9. Probably fix it. Alrighty. Dramatic drums. Got no problem pushing that Apo. Why is it not showing me our fuel level? The heck? What is this? Great. So I've no idea how much fuel is left. Apart from the Delta V number. Oh, you scumbag. Let's get the antenna as well. Oh, now we're talking. Fully deployed. Oh, and it lights up. Look at that. Beautiful. Dude, what? How is the... I thought the engine bay had lights, but I think what's happening is those lights are shining here and illuminating this, even though it shouldn't. What happened to Bill? Bill's fine. What do you mean, check the staging parts? What's wrong with them? Well, this was the fairing one, wasn't it? So... Okay. What is our... We want to go prograde, so we need to create it here, don't we? And then go that way. What is that? Is that our probe? No, that's something else. I think we've probably got a slight inclination going on. It's really hard to see if this orange line and this red line actually intersect. Official James, thank you for 72 months. Thank you for many years and 10 months on Twitch, YouTube, almost 10 now to be exact. Wow, thank you. Do we need to... I think we need to get out of... I think we need to get out of the sphere of influence to see how much of an angle we're off. That's the issue. I don't know. We could be up or down on it. Yeah, it's set at a target. Look. Well, I did set it as a target. Apparently, it's gone again. Is that because I quick loaded it? It could be. Let me zoom in to click my maneuver node so I can zoom back out again. You know, KSP1, you used to be able to click these to actually change the maneuver node. And you could play with it here instead of having to zoom in and do this. Uh-oh. That's messed it up. We went past that node, need a new one. I mean, if you insist. Is it better to punch out and then start adjusting that? Or try and adjust it here? Do you think? It's so hard to play with this zoomed in but see what's going on out there, you know? Wait, that's on 2 now. $73,000 kilometers. I think 60 will do, won't it? 60,000, we'll adjust it when we get out. Okay. This is we just designed this one. Okay, so right now we are on a 61,000 kilometer approach. That to me sounds fairly decent, to be honest. But we could obviously try and get it a bit better. gets us 45,000. This is really tricky to understand if that's made it better or not. Because that jumps to 2A instead of... Like, how can that be 2A and then this is 1A? How can our first intersection be here but the second one be there? This thing has to be some accurate burn, this. What do you reckon? That close enough? And then we just do a burn when we get there? Keep going on the inclination, why? How close do you want to be? Aim straight for it. I don't want to hit it. Well, I don't know if we do want to be on the orbital plane because the thing we have to go to is here. So I'm thinking, let's come in on a northern, like a polar plane, because it's easier to adjust that angle than it is to get equatorial and go to that angle. You want to be 45 degrees for the monument. Probably like that then. That's reasonable, isn't it? I mean, if I can get it that accurate, which is a massive if. Let's face it, that's a stupid accurate burn. Time or limited due to what celestial body? Yeah, I know it's spinning, but if the thing is spinning like that, And we've come in at that right angle. We just need to wait for it to come around and then go down for it. It's fine. It won't be where we want it to be, but it'll be in the right place. Beaker, thank you for giving sub to B10. Sorry, B101. This is a tiny amount of delta V. Oh, you're not telling me. Why are you not telling me how much delta V? You scumbag game. Look. I've got no bar. Is that bugged out? Now I've got a bar. What? This maneuver node is not helping at all. Now it's working. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Like tiny, tiny changes in delta V. Yeah, I might have to. Limit the thrust. What? Give me a break. Is that the wrong engine? Which engine are we using? Which engine is it then? Oh, is it these? %1 thrust, look at that. You could do with being a little bit that way. It's not perfect. That's not tuner. I think there's a tiny change here. It's a bit more, it's not quite top, but it's not far off. I think that's fine. It's hilarious how little delta V you need to make a change at this distance. Okay. Just put the engines back to full and we're done. And now we wait until we get here, basically. You just attempted this mission until you landed your lander and the gear collapsed. Oh, you went, you say, I tried to go there with somebody and worked out that you don't have enough delta V to get back, so we're trying it with a probe. On 79. That's 1,000 delta V to get us there. in orbit around Duna. And then we've got to work out how to get the. Do you know what? Clickbait, I did exactly the same thing. I assume I had to bring a Kerbal to study the anomaly. I assumed the exact same thing because the wording of the mission is so ambiguous, and it's not the first mission that's like that. It does not say, you know, it just says something like discover the source. Yeah, that's all it says. But it's like, well, does that mean I can go with a probe, or do I have to take a person? No clue given. Whoosh, in we come. Whoa. Thank you for gifting us up to Clickbait, Adobe. Oh, of course, the bar's not working. That's why I boil it. Well, it's got the burn counter, but no yellow bar. Okay. I guess we're leaving you behind. Are you kidding me? What? Why is that still stuck? Well, that's... Yeah, I can see it's jammed. Why is it jammed? What? Oh god, we're doing this one. Hang on. I don't know, Adobe. At the moment, it looks like there's a separation problem. Also, when I loaded it back in, it felt like something just disconnected. This doesn't bode well at all, does it? This is the problem with this game. You come all this way to find out that what you built doesn't actually work, and you can't correct it. You have to literally go back to the vehicle build and do it all again. If only there was a way that they would give you of testing something. You know, like if you could say, spawn me 100k above Duna, I want to test a landing. Test my thing works and then do it back in science or career mode. That's what it needs. You can sort of with a cheat menu. In what sense? Yeah, but to do what exactly? Yeah, but to do what? Position ship an exact orbit around X, okay. If this ship is broken, I don't know how I'm going to fix it. Where's the rest of the trajectory line? The heck? Well, I've not seen that bug before, where the rest of your trajectory just disappears. Okay, so... did I mess something up here? Let's try taking that up here. So we just have those two going off. What is going on? I think it worked. I don't know why or how. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what happened there, clickbait. Dolby, thank you for gift sub to Abhinav, is that? Okay, so here we are in an orbit around Juno. We've got 2,100 delta V. A landing on Juno takes 1,400 delta V. So if this thing survives re-entry, and if we can use the drogue chutes, and if we can hit the target somehow, we might actually get the mission done, but we'll see. Check the baguettes. Wow, what's wrong with them? I'll probably get rid of them. They're probably all already fed back, haven't they? We can just chuck them. Don't want that. I want that. Amazing. So why have the baguettes not fed into them? Wow, the baguettes are still half full. We need to get rid of the baguettes before we hit the atmosphere. I had 16 parachutes on my manned lander. It slowed me to 10 meters per second. I'm planning on thrusting as well. I'm going to save it because I reckon... this thing is going to spin round, and I think timing this is going to be tricky. It's 195 delta V to pull that off. But where will that be by the time we get round here? That's the question. Well, the answer is not too far away. I do not know how much we need to allow for this. Right, we're gonna have a test flight here. We'll see how we get on. I've saved. I've pressed F5, don't worry. What I don't know is how much to overshoot by. The atmosphere is not very thick, but that thing is moving as we come down. So it's a difficult choice. We will need to retract the solar panels on the way in. But I think the atmosphere only starts at like 40k or something. So hard to judge. Let's try that. Oh my god, the baguettes have still got stuff. I think we just have to ditch the baguettes at this point. Okay. It's out of communication range with the antenna. Does that mean we can't control it now? Or we just can't create a maneuver node? Why can't I restage? No comm connection. God, hang on. I've got to have the antenna out to tell it to separate, and it's probably going to damage the... Baguettes! Hang on, I need to save it proper. I've got an F5 save before we came in. But I want another save. Now the question's going to be, at what point do we deploy the drogues? M16R, M12R. Which are the drogues? The little ones, the drogues, aren't they? Deploy settings. I don't know what pressure we need. Oh yeah, look, we're already missing it. We're already missing it. So I needed to overshoot it a bit more. We're going to have to somehow... Because we're going to get atmospheric braking as well. So yeah, I should have shot past quite a bit. I'm just going to see what happens. We're not going to get to target, but I want to see what happens. We'll have to readjust that node. And aim for here somewhere. Jeez, at what point does the atmosphere start? At what point does Duna's atmosphere actually kick in? Chucking about. As if. We're quite a way away from the target. I don't know where it is. 32k in that direction. 16 meters per second. As if this is work. Oh, we'll land on a hill. Not good. We're only 31 kilometers away from where we wanted to be. Hey, we're here, right? Unbelievable. Is it possible to fly over there, do you reckon? Oh, look at that juicy science. Oh. I would love to know how you get these things to repack. Well, I know we never did have enough Delta V to get home. I'm just curious, do we have enough Delta V to get over there? Oh, the atmosphere is having a braking effect on us. Look at that. This is hilarious. Actually hilarious. Oh, it's gonna make it. No, it's not, is it? It's a little bit more. Oh, I don't know actually. It's gonna be close. I wish it'd remember the zoom. Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. Okay, flick around. I'm gonna go for an F5 save. Overwrite the other one. No, we're not going home. This is a one-way mission. Just trying to orient it. That way, that way, that way. Oh, God. It's really tricky trying to get it oriented so that on your keyboard, when you press the way you want to go, it goes that way. Otherwise, you have to translate it in your head every time. What are you doing? Okay, I think the SAS is fighting me. Was locked to retro, yeah. What are you doing, game? What are you doing? Rip. No. You're... Oh my god. Deploy! Woo! Woo! We're fine, Dad! On us! Wait! We'll be fine! We're not fine! That quickly gets out of control. I got landed in a very accurate spot. Literally eyeballing the landing. Apparently you need to be quite close. I don't know how close, but... Shall we say that close? No. I did it. In theory, we could just take that. Or I could press F9, try again. We just got 2,000 signs. That's what I'm thinking. Because the only thing is, if I revert now, I've got to do the whole landing again. And all for what? And a bit of extra signs. We've got the main signs. Look, back at mission control. Juno Monument, 2,000 signs. Building Complex Rocket Designs, directing the flights from Emmy, that was the birthday. The image of this new monument suggests we barely scratched the surface. Is it some sort of family tree? There's a Kerbal on it for one thing, as well as another squad-faced being. But there are other branches too. What used to be there, and that crown, gorgeous. I didn't get a chance to look at the crown. I just saw this thing and then panicked. As expected, the monument is emitting a new signal that we'll need to decode. For now, I'd like to share a memo of the Institute of Old Stuff. The lead researcher is an old classmate, Levi. We only received a stern, real science-only memo from the Kerbal Astronomical Society, by the way. They're lost. I haven't read Levi's memo yet. I thought it would be exciting to read it together. I've patience since I quit drinking coffee. These days I drink coffee-flavoured water. I mean decaf. Coffee-flavoured water. Back to the memo. The memo reads, My dearest Kerry, it seems fate and destiny have brought us together again. I've regretted not telling you how I felt for all these years. How strangely emotionally charged, but let's get to the good part. Here we are. We're able to locate a reference from a discounted cereal brand called Kerbino's. Supposedly, it was too salty. Kerbina was the cereal's mascot, and she was spun into a middling children's show. In episode 1, the cereal goddess Kerbina is born as a beam of light into the dark depths of the ocean. Then one day, 2 children appear. Kerbina takes those little Kerbals on ocean adventures, but she warns them that going on land means she can't protect them. Eventually, the children wander off to explore the land, never to be seen again. The rest of the season is all product placements. Well, director, should I find a box of Kerbino's? I've never had salty cereal before. I'm just going to redact the last relevant parts of the memo. Ah, Levi, sweet guy, very bad at staying on task. Get some rest, director. I think we're very close to a massive breakthrough. What on earth? Who wrote that? Kerbino's, the salty cereal. Thanks, science. Oh, wow, that's opened a bunch of stuff. Look at this. We've still got Little Chonka, the amazing Minmus mission. We've now got Transmit or Return an Atmosphere Survey from Jewel. Enter Eve's Sphere of Influence. Big and Husky. Land a vessel on Juno with a mass of over 300 tons. For 3,000 science. See, at least we can go back to Juno now. Three's a company. Land on Ike with a crew of 3. That's not actually that hard because Ike's quite easy to get to. Nice. And if you go to the R&D center, we'll find that we have 2,074 science to spend. Amazing. I'm actually going to go to the tracking station. Wait, I can't go to the tracking station. Weird. Let's see. What did we leave on Juna? Look at all these pieces. All these. I'm just going to leave them. I'm going to leave them on Juna. What's that one? Combined default 7. Mimbus probe. There's something in orbit around Kerbal. Some debris. We'll get rid of that. Mimbus probe 11. There's the fuel tanker. Fuel tanker in its new 160k orbit. Right, peeps, I'm afraid that is time's up. I am back on... I've got tomorrow off. I'm back on Friday. Yeah. Right, I'm off tomorrow, and then I'm doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And then I'm going to take the following weekend off, the 6th and 7th. I'm not going to stream on the 6th and 7th of January. So I've got a 4-day run coming up, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So we'll do the whole New Year's thing. And then I'll be having that following weekend off because I've got a lot of stuff I need to do. And I need some time to do it. Not least of which, reinstall my Windows. I've got to do all my tape backups. That's like hundreds of gigabytes of stuff. Lots of things I need to do. So tomorrow I'm off, back on Friday. And then we've got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then I've got a weekend off after that. You are welcome, Chester. Of course I will be bringing you into the new year with the stream. Of course I will. Why wouldn't I do that? Right, guys. Thanks for watching. Hope you had fun. Thanks for hanging out. Many thanks for all the support, the sub-gifting, the resubbing, the bits, just being here. Thank you for all of it. I shall be back on Friday. So I shall see you then. That is it from me. Thank you very much to the mods. Please send them some love as well. Yeah. Have a great tomorrow. See you Friday. Take it easy, guys. Love you all. Good night.